anything over 8.5 inches in 3 hours is considered once in 1,000 years on average. So this thing is like a once in 2,000 year flooding event for the greater Tampa area. And part of the reason, once again, that non-tropical process. Dry air filtering in the south side kicked up all the moisture, helped focus it, and you get these crazy intense rainfall rates near and north of I-4. So the I-4 corridor has a top-tier risk of flash flooding and excessive rainfall. A lot of folks winding up with 15 inches, give or take. So this storm has been more than a lot of folks bargained for, and the back half has a lot more punch than the first half.
All right. We thank you for your help, and we thank you for covering the storm with us here at NBC News. Please be safe where you are. I know where your hotel is. I spotted it. I hope you're okay, and I hope you're out of harm's way, because right now, as you mentioned, the backside of this hurricane has gotten particularly crazy. We're joined now by an official from Daytona Beach. He works with the fire department there, the chief of the fire department, and we thank you for joining our live coverage tonight, Chief Drew Driscoll. Chief, we were getting reports of a tornado possibly touching down in Daytona. Do you have any information about that tonight?
We have not experienced that tornado touchdown, though we anticipate many tornadoes coming in this area, as we've experienced throughout the state of Florida.
Are your units able to respond to calls right now, or is it too dangerous at this hour?
Well, right now, the bridges to the barrier island have been shut down, which will delay our response. But currently, we're still experiencing that tropical force wind speed and power outages. So we are able to respond, but there will be a time we'll no longer be able to respond to assist people.
Yeah, that is crazy. That's loud.
What type of emergency calls have you been getting so far tonight? Is it your sort of, I know it's not a typical night, but is it what you expected?
No, yeah, it's what we expect. The power line down, the tree down, the fire alarms, and in addition to the medical calls. But we've also experienced a couple smaller structure fires, especially in our neighboring jurisdictions, where we've been able to assist them.
And Chief, what else do you want your people to know tonight? If they're watching our coverage tonight, what do you want the people of Daytona Beach to be aware of as Hurricane Milton is just tearing through Florida?
Oh, as we continue watching your coverage, we're expecting localized freshwater flooding in addition to tidal surge flooding along the intercoastal waterway beginning early in the morning. And the winds they're experiencing locally right now, this is just the beginning. We're going to see increasing winds throughout the evening and into the morning. So we encourage everyone to heed the warning and the curfew order out and stay hunkered down in place, and allow your public safety officials and public work people to go out there and mitigate the damage as we all begin to recover, hopefully in the coming days and weeks.
Chief Drew Driscoll, we appreciate you tonight, and good luck getting through the night. I know it's going to be a long night for you and your brave men and women. Jesse Kirsch is going to rejoin our coverage right now. He's just below us here in Sarasota in that parking garage complex that we're stationed at. Jesse, you know, we're getting no break from this. One thing I noticed, it appeared that the storm surge wasn't rising, but Angie, our meteorologist, Angie Lastman, telling us that high tide's at 5 a.m. and that water could rise once more.
So, Tom, I can tell you for the moment it appears to be receding. We'll go down below again here. The light that is out, the one that is out, to the left of it, there's one that's on going up the ramp. And there's a, like a no parking sign on the siding. I've been watching that. And the water level used to be beyond it up the ramp, and it has since receded to the other side of it. And I hear that scraping again, Tom, which I know gets both of us turning our heads around, because that means that debris is on the move. So we're going to keep our eyes out. I'm noticing something, Tom, and it occurred to us a short time ago, and I don't know if you're feeling this up there.
They is terrified of that debris.
I can feel it. You feel like you're at the beach right now. This is salt water. This is not flooding from rain. This is storm surge, which means we're dealing with water from out there in the bay, in the ocean, that has made it onto land. And I'm realizing that it feels like when you are at a coastal restaurant, when you're on the beach, that's what it feels like. I can feel the salt water in the air, and it feels like it's sitting in. I'm wondering if you're feeling that too.
Yeah, Jesse, when we had that little dicey situation with the transformer exploding over our head, I realized as we were walking back, I was like, oh, that's no longer rainwater, that's the seawater. And yeah, we had seen the storm surge come in little by little. I agree with you. I think it might be receding for now. But again, once the high tide hits, it could be a much different story. It's likely going to be a different story. We're just going to have to wait and see what exactly happens with that. Something that has impressed me, though, with this storm is the backside has been incredibly powerful. It looks like the winds may be slowing, but just when you sort of put your guard down for a second, a massive hurricane force wind comes through here, and we already know it's north of 100 miles per hour, Jesse.
Yeah, and Tom, I think this wind cannot make up its mind. We've got this water that's been shooting off the side of the garage. And by the way, for people watching at home, Tom's basically directly above where I'm standing right now. And I can actually see the lights, and I can see your photographer's camera. If he tilts down a little bit more, he can see me. If George tilts down a little bit more, he can see me waving up to him. We'll see if he comes down. I'll keep talking while, yep, there he is. So there we are right below you, Tom. And there you are. Hey, man. So this water that's shooting off the side here, for a moment, it looked like it was suspended in midair because you had the water shooting out and then the wind changed direction and it looked like it was frozen in midair for a time and then it kept shooting out. So, yeah, I mean, this wind cannot decide which way it wants to move. And to your point, just when you think it's calming down, it whips back up again. And we are very much not through this yet. And you said you're spending the night. We're planning to spend the night here, too. And, you know, that leads to all that preparation we've done. And so many people have done in these communities, bottled water, non-perishable food, stocking up on gasoline. And I think, Tom, I don't know if you noticed this when you got into town, but when we were talking about this earlier, it really felt like people were getting ready faster with this storm.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I think Hurricane Helene really woke people up, unfortunately, in a bad way. I mean, you hate for hurricanes to hit Florida. I'm a Floridian. I was born in Miami. And, you know, people were hurting from Helene. I spoke to a lot of friends in Tampa, worried about insurance claims, worried about their houses. The first floor of their houses were flooded. And then now you have this storm as well, and they don't know what to do because of rising insurance rates, losing another week of work, taking your family out of Tampa, out of the Tampa area, and then at some point coming back. But the power is going to be out for a while. The power's out right now throughout Sarasota. We're talking about north of 1.6 million people without power in the entire state, which is millions of people when you think about, you know, families and people who have roommates, et cetera, et cetera. As we're watching Sarasota, Jesse, I think one of the things that we're going to have to figure out as the sun comes up, right, is what happened to those barrier islands, because that was the big fear. Places like Longboat Key, we know that landfall was in Cedar Key, and anything south of that, the storm surge was pretty intense. Those barrier islands, I mean, they're beautiful, they're wonderful to relax in, but in a hurricane or in a storm surge situation, they're incredibly dangerous because there is nowhere to run.
Yeah, and Tom, we've been out on the barrier islands, and while we're talking here, I don't know if the control room's able to find the footage from yesterday. We were out on the barrier islands at a resort, and we showed the impact. I think it was in the 12:30 p.m.-ish on News Now, if anyone's able to find this in the control room. We were able to go into a resort room. The door's supposed to swing out. It was busted in on top of a pile of sand. The furniture was tossed around. The fridge was tossed and tilted on its side. And that was the impact of the force of that storm surge. I went to a gentleman's home. The water line on his house was around my waist height. And when you looked at all the piles of debris in all of the neighborhoods out there and the businesses impacted as well, that was from a storm that was bringing a projected half as much storm surge as what we were thinking we were going to see with Milton. One of the storylines that I'll also be thinking about in the days ahead, Tom, is, you know, we're heading into fall, and you can hear that scraping debris. It's right at the edge here, so we'll be keeping an eye on it. It's a little cooler now in the fall, as we get into fall, which hopefully will alleviate some of the stress of being in the heat without air conditioning. But one of the things that people may not realize when they watch our coverage of this and aren't familiar firsthand with the impacts of a hurricane, the threats that officials are thinking about don't go away after a hurricane. They just change, because then it becomes about people properly using generators to have lights, to have produce kept in a fridge, to run air conditioning, all of the things that we take for granted on a good day that run through generators for a lot of people after storms. If you don't handle that generator properly, that can be deadly too, Tom.
True. All right, Jesse Kurz for us. Jesse, we appreciate that. We want to go back to Daytona Beach right now, where we were following reports of serious weather happening there. We just spoke to the chief, one of our new meteorologists, I should say one of our new climate reporters, Chase Kane, is covering it from there. Chase, what can you tell us about what you're seeing and what you're experiencing?
Tom, as the storm has moved inland and has moved closer to Daytona Beach, but you can hear the wind howling behind me. You can see the trees here. We have sustained tropical storm force winds, but some of the gusts have been in the neighborhood of 70 miles an hour, so really just a few miles an hour away. you see on the horizon, there's yet another of the transformers exploding. We've been seeing the same thing here on the Atlantic coast, transformers popping on the horizon. There is a curfew in place. There's also a mandatory evacuation order in place for this part of Daytona Beach, and you can see why, because we are just now starting to get some of the strongest part of the storm, and we expect that the worst of it, Tom, is going to be over the next 2 or 3 hours.
Chase, you know, we were trying to follow reports that there were possibly a tornado touchdown in Daytona. Was there anything to that reports, or were those unsubstantiated?
So far, what I was seeing, Tom, is we were seeing the traditional, you know, the stereotypical rotation on radar, and then the winds picked up really quickly here. We can actually walk over to the road a little bit and show you some of what we were seeing, because the winds have been so intense, pretty consistent, and then all of a sudden we saw those swirling winds. So it matched what I was seeing on the live radar, that we saw that rotation. Haven't been able to yet determine if it was a confirmed tornado, but here on the street, there's been a lot of, I'm about to lose my hat, there's been a lot of debris flying by, so we're going to stay here in the wind shadow to stay safe. But as that was happening, you could see things being picked up and tossed down the street here behind me, Tom.
Chase King, we appreciate you. Thank you. Please stay safe tonight. We want to speak to the sheriff of St. Lucie tonight, St. Lucie County. Sheriff, are you with us?
I'm here. How are you?
Good, good. We're in Sarasota, so it's a little hard for me to hear you at times, but I know you can hear me, so that's a good sign. Sheriff, first of all, I'm sorry. We've heard reports that some people have died because of the tornado that touched down in St. Lucie. Do you have any more information about what's happened there?
Yeah, so currently, right now, we're in 100% rescue mode. Our deputies are out there going through this neighborhood that was just devastated by these multiple tornadoes that touched down in such a short period of time. Governor DeSantis has already reached out. He sent the National Guard, which is here on scene, as well as our partners with Jimmy Petronas. There's a search and rescue team out there. We've got about 200 people searching through this rubbish. We can confirm that there's been multiple fatalities. But again, we haven't even seen the effects of Hurricane Milton yet. Right now, we're focused on, no matter how the storm comes, we're going to rescue as many people as we can.
I'm sorry that your brave men and women are dealing with that at this hour, especially when there's a hurricane that is just ripping across Florida. To give our viewers an understanding of where you are, you're just north of West Palm Beach, Florida. St. Lucie is a special place. It's a wonderful community. I've been there several times. I do want to ask you, how are your teams able to sort of conduct these rescue operations? Are the conditions okay there, or are they battling the elements as well?
Listen, the men and women of the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, the fire district, the municipalities here, as well as the EOC members that are out there in excavators going through this, is going to do everything we possibly can to save as many lives as we can, whether this storm comes or not. So there's people out there that need help. Our deputies are out there. The National Guard is already here. They were here within an hour. Specialized search and rescue teams are here. We're not stopping until we rescue everybody that needs rescuing.
It's the right attitude to have, Sheriff. I do want to ask you, did the tornadoes take your community by surprise? Was there any warning whatsoever, or did they just sort of appear, pop up, and just cause complete devastation?
Well, we know that the hurricanes, the feeder brands, kick out tornadoes. We don't normally see tornadoes here on the Treasure Coast. Unfortunately, I don't know if you saw the reports, this whole thing started off, my actual sheriff's office, a 10,000 square foot red iron structure that was housing all of our high water rescue vehicles and our branded vehicles was hit by a tornado in 50 yards away from where we were, and it completely wiped it out. We were outside pulling out as much high water rescue vehicles as we can out of that. Complete devastation. I'm talking about tens of millions of dollars worth of damage. As we're there, all of a sudden in a 20-minute period, we've got reports of 17 confirmed tornadoes that just destroyed our community. Now, there's been over 100 residences that are completely destroyed, and we don't even have the hurricane here yet with the sustained winds. Those other neighborhoods, we've checked, they're good. All life was taken care of. So right now we're focusing in a 55 and older community that's mainly consisted of modular homes that, I mean, you wouldn't even recognize it. I'm not sure how strong tornadoes are rated, but I can tell you this, there was cars lifted and flipped upside down, moved hundreds of yards. I can tell you that there was nothing left to some of these places but foundations, and these whole trailers were moved, 10, 15 rolls. I mean, you can't even recognize it. This path of destruction is like nothing.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, tornadoes are more powerful than hurricanes. They caused so much destruction in that line of the tornado. It's hard to believe. Is your 911 system still up and running? Is that still functioning?
No, everything's functioning. This is strictly down. I mean, you can literally see the path of where this went and where these multiple tornadoes went. It just left complete devastation. You know, our community's out here. We're going to rescue whoever needs rescue. We're not going to stop. Again, we have the greatest governor. We're in Florida. We're resilient. We're going to continue to search them. Whether Milton comes or not, our deputies and our staff is going to be out there rescuing everyone who needs rescuing through the storm.
Sheriff, we thank you for your time. I know it has been a wild, sad, and dangerous night for you. I appreciate you updating our viewers on what's happening in St. Lucie County. We're going to be thinking about your community. We're going to follow what's happening there. We're going to keep you in our prayers tonight.
Thank you, guys, and just God bless the rest of Florida.
Yeah. We are continuing our coverage here in Sarasota of Hurricane Milton. Just behind me, we have been dealing with hours of hurricane force winds, a storm surge that seems to be stabilizing, which is a bit of good news. The hurricane force winds, though, won't stop. It has been continuous over the last 2 hours. The eye passed over us. It was calm. It was quiet. And then suddenly it was chaos. And it's been that way for the last few hours. We still have about an hour to 2 hours to go as we continue to cover Hurricane Milton striking Sarasota and the Gulf region. Cutting across Florida right now is a Category 2 hurricane. We're going to stay live on the air as we broadcast here on NBC News Now. Stay for the most comprehensive coverage. We have reporters fanned out across the state. Live reports coming up right after this short break. Stay with us.
Conquer your future and apply for a $2,500 back-to-school scholarship. Learn more at wgu.edu.
The best things in life never change. They just get better, like Hardee's Original Bag. Back and better than ever. Just $5.99. Mix and match any 2 full-size favorites. A juicy charbroiled double cheeseburger, melty hot ham and cheese sandwich, or crispy hand-breaded chicken tender wrap. Any 2 plus fries and a drink, all just $5.99. Hardee's Original Bag. Loaded with handcrafted goodness. It's the greatest meal deal for your buck.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Hurricane Milton. We are live in Sarasota. I'm Tom Yamas reporting on our special coverage of this hurricane tearing through the state of Florida, now a Category 2. Our meteorologist, Angie Lassman, is standing by at 30 Rock. Angie, before I toss it to you, I do want to show our viewers here what we're experiencing in Sarasota. It has been hours and hours of nonstop hurricane force winds, Couple that with that dangerous storm surge we've been seeing. As I told you earlier, Angie, it seems to be stabilizing, if not possibly coming down a little bit, but we know it could all change once that high tide comes. Angie, talk to us about what you're seeing on the radar, where this is headed, and also that dangerous threat of the tornadoes that have touched down and unfortunately have taken lives tonight in Florida.
Yeah, so one thing about the storm surge, Tom, that I'll tell you, we saw Naples peak about just over 5 feet. Now, if you're wondering, is the water going to start receding anytime soon? Unfortunately, no, because as you mentioned, yes, we are going towards high tide time. So 5 feet that far from the center of the system, that just tells you, I fear, we're going to probably be into double digits when it comes to storm surge amounts when this is all said and done, closer to the center, Sarasota area and points near where it made landfall. So we'll be watching for that. That storm surge not going to let up here anytime soon. We'll see that lasting through at least the early morning hours before we start to see things receding significantly. The other big concern with this is the flash flood emergency that's going on across St. Petersburg, Clearwater. Now we've seen this extended. Notice, if you were watching just 30 minutes ago, you didn't see Plant City included in this or Polk City. And that's because that area that we've been so concerned about with all of that heavy rain kind of just sitting over the St. Pete and Tampa area is starting to shift a little farther to the east as Milton continues to work across the state. So that means that this is going to be extending, and what you're going to notice here as the night goes on, this extends farther east and farther east as Milton works closer to Orlando, works closer to Daytona Beach. Here's where the center of it is right now. So again, on the northern side of that center, as it works up towards Titusville, Daytona Beach area, that's where the heaviest of the rain is going to be. And we've seen impressive totals already, over a foot in some spots. And we've seen 5 inches of rain in 1 hour in St. Petersburg. So that just tells you how robust that area of rain is. And as it moves across the state, it's going to continue to cause those problems. Notice where the heaviest of it is right now. It was centered closer to Tampa. Now we're talking just to the north and west of Winter Haven, where you have those deepest of pink kind of returns on the radar. This is going to be along I-4 here for at least the next couple of hours as this works a little farther to the east. Notice where the center of it is. That onshore flow is going to continue for folks south of that, so we're still going to be dealing with the onshore flow for a little while longer, Sarasota and points south. But that offshore flow will continue north of that. So no surge issues, but definitely the flooding concern remains from the Daytona area all the way to the Tampa area as we gear up for that honestly catastrophic and life-threatening flooding to expand across the state as the system works to the east. Notice where some of the highest amounts are here as we get into the day tomorrow, like through Thursday. We're talking over 10 inches of rain. Some of those highest totals, Tom, will be upwards of 18 inches. And that expanding wind field means destruction on top of it as the center of it moves to the east and northeast. That means that so does the damaging winds along with the heavy rain threat.
All right, Angie, last one for us tonight. Angie, we appreciate you. Thank you for keeping us updated and explaining what we're seeing and experiencing here on the ground with the radar and with the science. We do appreciate that. I want to get over to Stephanie Goss, my friend and colleague, who is live in Tampa for us tonight. Stephanie, talk to us about what you're experiencing there.
Sure, Tom. It's been hours now of very heavy wind and very heavy rain. And although the rain has let up just a little bit, it is still coming down. But what you're really seeing here is what makes a hurricane so dangerous. We are in a parking garage, Tom. We're about 3 stories up in a parking garage, and we've had to move around it because the wind has been moving around. And what that means for damage is that you've got things bending this way and then suddenly bending that way, and we're seeing trees break, we're seeing lights flicker and go off, even a transformer in the background. We've seen that, that very indicative blue light. We do still have power where we are right now, but we are seeing it go off and on behind us. The rain right now and the flooding, flash flooding, is really the concern. There's an emergency right now, a flash flood emergency for Tampa, for St. Petersburg, and that's because the rain has been falling so hard and so fast. They're warning people not to go out, of course, to stay put, unless, of course, Tom, that the water is rising and the water becomes a problem where you are.
Stephanie, you guys have been out there reporting and broadcasting for the past few hours there. Are people staying inside, and are they essentially following the orders and not coming out during this massive hurricane, or have people been sort of curious, trying to be a little cavalier and see what Hurricane Milton is all about?
Yeah, it does appear that people are listening to the warnings. And I'll tell you, unlike you guys where you had a period of time where you were in the eye and it seemed like things had calmed down, this has really been a very steady, heavy wind, heavy rain event. We haven't seen any cars about. We haven't even seen any police or anyone out in this. And just because the winds have been so dangerous for so long, it does sound like they are going to lighten up a little bit, that the rain is going to lighten up a little bit, but then you are left with this situation where you had all that debris outside of people's houses. That has now all been scattered into the roads. You will have live wires in the roads. It will still be, even when the rain and wind let up here, very dangerous to move around the city of Tampa, Tom.
And Stephanie, you know, we've been talking about the power outages. Here in Sarasota behind us, the power is out. The lights we do see are from generators and emergency lights at buildings. Are you experiencing the same thing in Tampa? We know that nearly 2 million customers are without power across the state.
Not where we are right now, Tom. It does appear as if the area here must be protected to some degree. They maybe built it up with that kind of protection. This parking garage, for instance, still has power. However, in the last half an hour or so, we've seen a lot more flickering of lights, indicating that there might actually be a problem over in this direction, and that would inevitably try to affect us and could be out for hours. For the moment, though, we've maintained power.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us tonight. Stephanie, we appreciate that. We want to go further south to Naples now, south of where we are in Sarasota. Naples, the big threat of the storm surge there because they were south of where landfall happened in Cedar Key. Dana Griffin has been reporting for us with her team there. Dana, update us on what you're seeing and feeling and hearing out there.
Tom, it's so loud with the wind here, so I didn't quite get that question. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you guys seeing, feeling, and hearing out there in Naples?
Yeah, obviously very strong wind, Tom. 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We just got an update from our meteorologist, Bill Cairns. He says that storm surge here in Naples has peaked 5 3/4, close to almost 6 feet of storm surge. And officials in the city tell us that the storm surge is going to peak around 3 to 6 a.m. So this may not be over because we have not even reached high tide yet. So you can see behind me these trees that are whipping right now. They're kind of leaning to the side. We are seeing this behind us, and also in our parking garage. We've got a second camera, if you can go to that, just to show you some of these metal signs that have been clanking against this concrete structure here. This is what we're seeing and hearing. This is just how powerful the wind is. It is pushing and moving these metal signs that are in the garage that we are currently stationed at. We are at a facility, a medical facility that trains surgeons. This is Arthrex's garage. They let us in here to come report live so that we are safe from the elements outside. And as you can see, the winds are whipping really, really, really rough out here. The power has been lost. We're staying at a hotel nearby. We lost power for about 30 minutes there. The power did kick back on, but the street lights that we saw here just outside of this parking garage, they have now gone down. We're seeing a patrol officer here on the street just driving around, but the streets here in Naples have been empty for several hours. That's because the city asked people to not be on the roadways, and I think people are heeding that. Several people we spoke with earlier this week said that they were leaving, especially those people that were in the evacuation zones, zones A and B. Those were the cities most, or the areas most vulnerable to 1, flooding, and 2, storm surge. So we're going to have to check in with them tomorrow to see how they are doing, because there's one particular pocket that is very that is very vulnerable, and there is a concern there for that storm surge, which again is more than 5 feet at this hour. We have not reached high tide, so we are kind of hunkered down here for as long as we need to, and we're getting more wind gusts. We're hearing the clanking from those metal signs again. They're getting pretty loud. That's just how gusty the winds are. Again, 50 miles per hour at least in this particular area. You know, one thing that we're hearing from officials is that about 30,000 people have lost power in this area, and that number seems to be climbing. When it comes to people that evacuated, we don't have a total number of how many people left, but we have heard from officials that there are about 1,900 people that have gone to their shelters. They have about 9 total, including one that's open for special needs. These are people that need generators because they have medical devices that cannot lose power. So they've got people in that shelter. They've got a couple of shelters for people with pets. We've seen people, you know, leaving the area, getting supplies, preparing for this storm. So we are hoping that everyone in Naples is safe. We know that law enforcement is still responding to emergency calls, unlike some other areas where they have had to suspend those emergency services because it is too dangerous for even law enforcement to be out there. But our hope is that people are being safe and that they are hunkered down. And as this storm passes, hopefully we'll get a better sense of the damage out there once we can leave this garage and head to lower ground. Tom?
Dana Griffin for us tonight, live from Naples. Dana, we thank you for that. We're going to take a quick break. More from Hurricane Milton live in Sarasota right after this.
Are you ready? Okay, my bad. I had those off. All right, chat. I'll be
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Hurricane Milton as it is crossing through the state of Florida right now. Our meteorologist, Angie Lassman, has been walking us through what we are seeing on the radars, the science behind everything that we're feeling here in Sarasota on the ground, as we're still feeling some hurricane force winds, Angie. You know, you've been tracking this hurricane, you've been tracking the storm surge, and tonight, even the threat of tornadoes and some deadly ones that have made landfall here in Florida.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tom, it doesn't look like any of those, those threats are going to subside all that much. The good news is that we no longer have any tornado watches that are in effect, but we'll, of course, keep an eye on how things escalate here as that system works across. We know with the circulation of a tropical system, we could see a spin up or two. So that's the good news. The bad news is all the other impacts that we've been telling you about for days and days, they unfortunately are developing and unfolding in a lot of spots. So let's start with the flash flood concern that we have right now. A flash flood emergency has been expanded into portions of Polk City, Plant City, Zephyr Hills. It initially was just confined to the Tampa, Clearwater, Rusk, and Bradenton area. Now that has, of course, expanded because the system is on the move, and we've seen just incredible rainfall happening and unfolding, specifically places like St. Pete, 5 inches of rain in 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock time frame. That's, 1 in 1,000 year kind of rain event. It is unprecedented for us to see these kinds of things developing in such a quick time period, and we likely will see that continue, that same trend continue here as the system works to the north and east, and it's going to be kind of slicing right through the heart of Florida. Notice Cat 2 still at this hour, likely remaining at least a Cat 2 or maybe a Cat 1 here by the time it works into the Space Coast area. But Winter Haven up into Orlando, Titusville, Daytona Beach all have the potential to see some very heavy rainfall. Some of those spots are already starting to see it ramp up. Notice Orlando, we're getting into some of the heaviest of that rain. Notice the pinks that you see in the reds just to the north and west of Winter Haven. And by the way, we're seeing some strong wind gusts in those same areas. So incredible rain, strong wind gusts. And this is going to be something that continues here as we get through the evening and night hours and go into the overnight and into early tomorrow morning as the system starts to work offshore. But that's kind of the setup as far as the rain goes for essentially the next 12 hours in some of these spots. The highest of risk from the Tampa area up to the Daytona Beach area. I think when this is all said and done, double-digit rainfall amounts are not going to be out of the question for a lot of spots, not just singular spots. These are entire communities that are dealing with flash flooding happening right now. That's what that flash flood emergency means. It means we are currently seeing flash flooding unfolding community-wide for a good chunk of the area. You have some of these major cities included in that, Tom. This is going to be one of the most concerning things. The good news is we've seen some peak storm surges happening in some spots like Naples. The bad news is we don't have those gauges between, Sarasota and Naples to kind of determine exactly how bad things got there. And unfortunately, the barrier islands, Tom, likely going to be some of those spots that we see double-digit storm surge values, just as the National Hurricane Center predicted.
Yeah, that is. There are a lot of unknowns right now, Angie, but that happens sometimes with hurricanes, right?
Yeah.
You report what you have, you report what you know, and then we stay up and we keep studying everything and making sure we can get it right the morning after once we can sort of confirm some of the things we saw. But we're seeing so much tonight. Sam Brock, live in Fort Myers, he's seen a lot, not only in his lifetime, but he's seen a lot tonight here with Hurricane Milton. Sam, talk to us about what you're experiencing over there.
We've lost nothing if we've lost our sense of humor. I should say we've lost everything if we have. Tom, we're seeing some of the most vicious winds so far since I've been up here. It really does feel like the directionality changed. There we go again. We're now getting hit on the backside of this thing after the eye wall obviously made landfall. And I'm looking out on these streets. I can't even see patches of street anymore. Angie was just talking about storm surge warnings and flash flood emergencies. I am looking down right now. You don't need to tell me about the warnings. This is what's playing out on the street in front of me. It is just a river, but it's a river in every single direction. I can't look at a vantage point on this garage right now and find a place where there's not water. So if this is just one little slice or snapshot from Fort Myers, I can't imagine what this will look like in Punta Gorda, where there's videos 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to our north of people an hour ago walking through their homes and seeing the water coming up to their knees. Over my shoulder, there goes a piece of tree. There's a dumpster in the distance. I don't know how dark this is for you, Tom. The water is about halfway up to the dumpster. I mean, that dumpster has got to be 8 feet tall. So that's at least 4 feet of water. There was just a lot of commenting, if you will, on social media when we started posting this information. People saying, you guys are embellishing. There's no way there's going to be an 8 to 12 foot storm surge. Get out of here. Well, as Dana was talking about a second ago, 6 feet, and you were as well in Naples. Perhaps that's crested, perhaps it hasn't. We know that it doesn't really hit high tide until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll find out. The water is all over the place. I would also add, it's not exactly clear how many deaths there will be. We have several confirmed already from one tornado, Fort Pierce. Okay, that's the east side of the state. Governor DeSantis earlier today was talking about 19 tornadoes that had touched down in his estimation. They haven't been surveyed yet. There's got to be likely dozens of them in reality that have actually occurred in Florida, and we don't know how many of those led to, sadly, fatalities. You just extrapolate and extrapolate. As I stare into a black space right now, 1.6 million people in the state of Florida with no power at the moment. So you have a power crisis. You could have certainly a water and sewage crisis tomorrow. We'll find out how well protected those pieces of critical infrastructure were. We saw this play out with Helene just the last week or so. When you don't have water, how that impacts communities as a result of just so much water, it's damaging infrastructure. So that's all something that needs to be figured out. And then the shelters. I mean, you have 100,000 plus people situated in shelters right now. Shelters. Can you imagine if there hadn't been these mass evacuations, the kind of situation that we'd be looking at? So that's sort of, in a nutshell, what we're seeing. But God, these winds. We are getting hit once again with some pretty powerful winds. Our car was rocking earlier a second ago. This has been going on for the last several hours. And I would imagine, Tom, that we're in store for a couple more hours of this as well, if you can still hear me.
Well, yeah, I was going to ask you, I mean, you feel like your hurricane force winds there are getting stronger? Are they maintaining? Or do you think they're slowing down a little bit?
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear. I think you're asking if we're getting hit with hurricane force winds. So hurricane force winds pick up at obviously 74, 75 miles an hour. Certainly these gusts feel like they would reach that level. You know, I don't know that this would crack 90 or 100. I don't have that odometer, whatever that device is, that tells you how fast the wind is going. I don't have one on my hands right now, but it absolutely feels like we're easily approaching or getting into Cat 1 force winds.
Sam, yeah, and what I was getting at was, do you think the winds there, are they maintaining? Do they feel like they're getting stronger, or they feel like they're dying down a little bit? I mean, we've been getting hit with, you know, constant hurricane force winds, I'd say, for a couple of hours now here in Sarasota.
Yeah, I think they've gotten stronger because we're getting the backside of the storm now. You know, at first there was a little bit of moisture, but not a lot of activity out front. We were more anticipating that storm surge really becoming a problem. Within the last hour or so, we're getting different directionality on the wind, and it feels like it's kind of wrapped around, and we're getting the end of it. Whether that lasts for another 20 minutes or a half an hour or multiple hours, I couldn't tell you, but it's definitely stronger now than it was even an hour ago, Tom.
Sam, you know, we're focusing a lot on the strength of the storm, right? Because we have to, right? We have the wind, we have the rain. It is hitting right now. But the impact of Hurricane Milton along with Hurricane Helene, it's going to be felt for months, if not years. And you know what I'm getting at. I'm getting at the insurance issues here, right? There are monster insurance issues for homeowners across Florida trying to get insured after these two hurricanes. I can't imagine what that's like. It's hard to get insurance before these hurricanes hit. And then on top of that, we have a critical election coming up in just weeks. Florida, some will say it's no longer a battleground state, but no Republican has won the presidency without winning Florida, going back to Calvin Coolidge. So we're talking about a critical election in this state. They're going to have to get that infrastructure up as people are trying to get their lives back together.
Yeah, and by the way, Tom, pardon me for 1 second. We have to move our camera
just
equipment because the wind is so strong.
Yeah, Sam, I think we have you there. Maybe we lost Sam again. It's going to happen. Live TV. My good friend Jesse Kirsch, my colleague, is just below me here in this parking garage complex where we're coming to you live from in Sarasota. It's the safest spot we could find here. Even though this is an evacuation zone, it is incredibly safe. Jesse, the winds feel like they're still strong. I would argue maybe they've come down just slightly over the last 20, 30 minutes. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same thing, Tom. It definitely feels like the highs are lower than what we were feeling a short time ago. I can also tell you the water level is still receding below us, and I want to have our photographer go over there. I don't know if you can make it out on TV, and Tom, if you turn around, you might see it too. It's now the taillights. We had headlights a moment ago. There's a car that appears to be driving on the causeway toward the barrier island. We know police had suspended operations earlier. I don't think we had ever gotten a complete ending to all EMS calls for the county level, but I know the city police had been suspending operations, and I just can't fathom where someone is going to get driving on that causeway. I know it does get elevated, Tom, so theoretically they get above the floodwaters from the storm surge, but and the debris is flying again across the deck. We can hear it scraping. That continues to be the story for us here, Tom, and this is just a microcosm of what's got to be flying around this whole area. But you know, I keep seeing headlights and taillights. We saw them early on on the backside of the eye, I think we've seen far fewer. But the idea that a car is out there right now, first responder or not, is pretty remarkable to me. And what you and Sam were just discussing about, you know, the insurance and the infrastructure around voting and just getting life back together here. We're just past the 2-year anniversary of Hurricane Ian, which obviously was most devastating south of us in the Fort Myers area, where I believe Sam is right now. I spoke with a couple back then who had their home and their business, you know, under threat, and their home badly damaged, was my understanding, from Hurricane Ian on Sanibel Island. And I spoke to them yesterday as we were getting ready for this new storm, and they told me over 2 years later, Tom, they still are not back in their home. And this is the same general region getting slammed again. And it just speaks to the ripple effect and the duration of the impact for so many, and the idea that some people might be having devastating damage to their homes from not one but 2 storms in less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, it is wild. I definitely think it's going to have some type of impact on this election, just like Hurricane Helene is going to impact the elections in North Carolina, a state that is a battleground state, and that area of Asheville. I mean, not to get too political on a night like this because we're focused on the storm, but that's a blue pocket in a red area, and the state is important to both parties, just like Florida is. And the last thing on people's minds in Florida is going to be voting after they've just gone through 2 hurricanes. They have to deal with insurance companies, their families, and all types of other messes. I was watching that car, as you mentioned, Jesse, there in the distance. I have no idea what they were doing. That couldn't be the police because they're not out here right now. And to try to get to the barrier islands during the storm surge is crazy. Jesse, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your reporting. I want to thank all the crews and teams of NBC News that have been reporting through the night all across the state of Florida in the elements, up against this hurricane, bringing you the story to make sure that at NBC News Now you get the full story and you get the facts right. We're going to continue covering Hurricane Milton as it carves its path across Florida. I'm Tom Yamas reporting live here in Sarasota, Florida for this special edition of Hurricane Milton on NBC News Now. Stay right there. More news on the way.
Life is expensive. Quality tools don't have to be. Harbor Freight, America's #1 tool store.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
As we're coming on the air tonight, Milton, a catastrophic Category 3 hurricane, has just made landfall near Siesta Key, Florida. Now, this is a life-threatening situation, with officials stressing if you did not get out, you need to be sheltering in place right now. This is a live look at the conditions in Fort Myers, Florida, as we speak. Milton is packing winds of up to 120 miles per hour. Nearly 800,000 people are already without power. Storm surge warnings are in effect up and down the coast, as some parts could see up to 15 feet of rising water tonight. Now, this is on top of a record-breaking number of dangerous tornadoes ripping through the center of Florida throughout this chaotic day. Dozens of twisters through communities hours before landfall. Again, that is ahead of the hurricane. Some areas already reporting roofs torn apart and people hurt. There were more than 100 tornado warnings today, the most ever in Florida in a single day. We will have special coverage over the next 2 hours tracking Hurricane Milton as it makes landfall. Our team of correspondents are on the ground all across Florida, and top story anchor Tom Yamas will be guiding us through these critical hours as he rides through the hurricane from the ground zero of Sarasota County. His team is repositioning as we speak. But first, for an overview of what so much of Florida is facing right now, let's start with NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman. Angie, we've got that super destructive eye wall that has inched closer to where Tom and his team have been. Now he is inside of that eye wall. What are conditions looking like all around Florida right now?
Hey there, Gotti. Yeah, so the thing is, if you're inside of the eye wall, all is calm. We saw some reports that it's even a little humid. You start to hear really everything that's going on around you, but it's that eye wall that is so destructive that we are so concerned about when it comes to wind damage, when it comes to the rainfall, and of course on the backside of that system, all of the water being shoved up against the coast. We did have landfall, you mentioned it, in Siesta Key just a little while ago. This system is going to continue cruising to the north and east here as basically the next 12 hours goes on, but notice how aggressive this band of rain is set up across parts of Tampa, Bradenton and points north of that, St. Pete included in that, the Tampa area. We're watching the eye kind of right around here. The south of that, that's where we're starting to see the storm surge really ramp up. It's been ongoing. It's going to continue to get worse here as we go through at least the next 2 hours for areas Sarasota and points south towards Venice, even Naples recording 5 to 6 feet of storm surge already. Those numbers are going to continue to be on the rise here as the next couple of hours go by. Notice this blue box. That's an extreme wind warning. That's going to go until 9:30 tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets extended. That means that basically you're talking about very aggressive and destructive winds. The National Weather Service tells you to act like this is a tornado warning happening right over you. So that's exactly what people should be doing if they chose to stay in this area for inland areas along I-4, Tampa Bay, St. Pete, all of that included. And again, stretching down into the Bradenton area where you see these purple and red returns on a radar. That means torrential, really aggressive rainfall at the same time. This system is kind of north loaded. So you see on the northern side of the eye wall, that's where the strongest winds are, and that's where the heaviest of the rain is. On the backside, it doesn't mean that there aren't, really damaging effects happening there with the eye wall, but if you're in this area, you're going to see more power outages here. You're going to likely see, as the sun comes up tomorrow, a lot of wind damage going through this eye wall in places like Bloomingdale, St. Petersburg, Tampa, Clearwater even, and that's just the wind damage that we'll watch for there. Now, one thing to note, this system's going to stay together as a hurricane here as it crosses the state. It'll do so pretty quick. Notice this is 2 p.m. on Thursday. It's already out in the Atlantic. So I would say by 11 a.m., maybe noon, it'll be out of the state of Florida and off into those ocean waters. But it's still going to be a Category 1, and we're still going to see those Category 1 hurricane force winds associated with it as it works across central Florida, Orlando area, and across the Space Coast as well. On top of that, those heavy rains will also be there. When it comes to the storm surge, this is what we feared so much leading up to this storm system. We've got over 4 feet feet of storm surge happening for Naples right now. We've got almost 4 feet in Fort Myers. This, of course, you know, nothing compared to what they dealt with in Hurricane Ian, but this number is going to go up, and this is well away from the center of that system. We're probably talking about much higher ranges a little farther to the north. We unfortunately don't have gauges there to tell us that there just simply is not gauges in that area, Gotti. So we're going to have to wait until, of course, the light of day to see some of what the worst of that storm surge brings. Right now in the Tampa Bay, we have reverse storm surge going on. So the water rushing out with those offshore winds. This is going to continue here for the next couple of hours, and we'll see, you know, the system continue to move across the state with the other impacts that it'll bring to folks there here over the next 12 hours or so.
Angie Lastman with a little bit of good news for Tampa Bay with those negative storm surge numbers. But we have Stephanie Gosk, who is in Tampa Bay right now, and that is where we're seeing the worst of the torrential rain. Stephanie, what are you seeing on the ground right now? We know there's been torrential rain and flooding, but the storm surge might not be as bad as feared. So describe the situation that you're in right now.
Yeah, I got it. It's the rain, but it is also the wind. I mean, we are seeing ferocious gusts of wind. They have to have topped 100. They were up to 95, 96 earlier, maybe about a half an hour ago, and they've just picked up and ratcheted it up even further. We're seeing trees bent over, signs whipping off of buildings. This is certainly the worst that it has gotten. And then there is the rain, the torrential rain. It's been raining all day here, but has started to come down much faster and much harder. You can tell these gusts are coming in pretty strong. Their rain, according to Bill Cairns, for the next 3 or 4 hours, this area of Tampa could get 2 to 3 inches of rain an hour. That will be on top of what's already fallen. So, yes, there isn't going to be the storm surge here in Tampa Bay, but you're looking at upwards of a foot of rain falling on a place that is already saturated from a previous storm, on top of the damage that this wind is inevitably doing on this region as I talk to you.
And Stephanie, people may be tuning in right now and wondering, how are you still standing and those palm trees behind you are blowing like crazy? Can you walk us through some of the safety precautions you and your team have taken?
It's a great question. We are actually in a parking garage made out of cement. We are on the 3rd story of the parking garage, and we are surrounded by 3 walls basically. So you're looking out at the wind. But I can tell you, even the wind coming in here, I'm slightly slight of frame. If it hits me just the right way, I almost tumble over. I mean, it is that strong, and it's much stronger out on the streets here. We are in an area that is close to where there are some hotels and a mall. You just don't see any sign of cars or people or anything. They have cleared out. They have heeded the warnings. They're staying in place, and we are taking precautions to be safe here as well, Gotti.
Stephanie, it seems like Tampa has had a lot of close calls over the years, but a hurricane hasn't hit that area directly in almost a century. So how prepared is Tampa for a hurricane?
Yeah, well, you know, this entire coast of Florida just gets hit at various stages in various ways from hurricanes. It is a fact of life if you live here. And yes, there hasn't been a hurricane that has directly hit Tampa in a century, but people here know that they're going to have to do it. There's a great example and a critical one for the city of Tampa, and that is the Tampa General Hospital. And they have taken incredible measures to make sure that they can stay operational. They are such a critical place for people to get care, especially during a storm where people could get hurt. They have flood walls that protect for storm surge up to 12 feet. They have their own power plant, Gotti, to keep the lights on 32 feet above sea level. They have moved all of the patients and doctors and staff out of the 1st floor, and they keep 5 full days of supplies and medicines and food so that they can wait out whatever might happen. They are perhaps the most critical infrastructure of this city, and it just goes to show that people know that these storms are going to come through. But this period of time, Hurricane Helene, followed by this storm, it is a 1-2 punch that they have not seen in this city in a very long time, Gotti.
Incredible, the power of Mother Nature behind you there, Stephanie Gosk in Tampa. Thank you so much. And for a split screen here, let's go to Tom Yamas, who is in Sarasota right now. Tom, just before this, I was watching your coverage, and you were in the eye of the storm. And, you know, we just saw Stephanie Gosk kind of getting blown around in the shelter of concrete. Describe this situation that you're in, because you were right in that eye, right?
Yeah, the eye was incredibly calm. It was quiet. It was eerily quiet. And unfortunately, when it gets like that, it brings people out. And so now I'm going to be kind of looking out of the corner of my eye because there's a lot of people in sort of high water pickup trucks, if you will, and they're just sort of zooming around, looky-loos, if you will. They're doing donuts. They're trying to splash the water in different directions. It's dangerous. It's reckless. And what they don't realize is that now that the eye wall or the back eye wall is about to hit us, this is the strongest part of the hurricane. So the eye is obviously very calm. Now that is past, the strongest hurricane force winds are going to hit us. What I do want to show you, though, Gotti, is pretty incredible. This is the beginning of the storm surge. When we came out here, maybe about 15, 30 minutes ago, there wasn't water here. It's moving really, really fast. You can actually see it on the camera as it's pushing forward. This is coming from the bay. It's coming right into Sarasota. And this is the big fear right now. It's not going to get too serious until those hurricane force winds start pushing that water ahead. It could be anywhere from 8 to 12 feet. The power behind me, you notice, is out. So we're dealing with some power outages right now. But again, we're still sort of feeling the effects of the eye of the storm, which, even though this is a monster hurricane, it's a phenomenon of weather. It is incredible. It is completely calm right now. It is the zen spot, if you will, of the hurricane right before the chaos starts once again. And that's the backside of the storm. And the wind gusts are picking up a little bit, Gotti. So we know it's coming in maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes.
15, 20, 30 minutes. How long have you been in the storm, sir? How long have you been in the eye there?
You know, the eye, I'd say, and I have my team out here with us. What do we think, guys? Like maybe 30, 45 minutes? Probably about 45 minutes. Our audio engineer, Mr. Pope, who's an experienced storm chaser here, he's been with us, been monitoring the conditions. He thinks it's about 45 minutes. I think he's right. But again, Gotti, like, it's hard to explain. I've covered a lot of hurricanes, and you forget how calm it is in the eye. I mean, it was blowing. There are trees that are already down in Sarasota, and then suddenly it just stops. And it feels like any summer night in Sarasota, and now it's picking up again. What I'm worried about is the people that have come out, because there's a lot of cars now that are out here. They shouldn't be. But the police said, listen, we're not coming back out until after the storm. So these people know that the cops aren't going to be out here. And, you know, there's, again, looky-loos, people being cavalier. I'm going to show you one right now. It's coming through here. George, we can pass over here. You have a lot of vehicles like this. They're high water vehicles. You know, they're pickup trucks. They're Wranglers. They have huge tires. And in some cases, not that guy, but in some cases, they're doing donuts. They're revving their engines up. They're trying to have fun in a hurricane, which, again, I mean, whatever floats your boat, but, you know, it's not safe.
No, and it's so misleading. I mean, when you're in the eye, it's eerie. There is almost a beauty to it, because you're in this storm that has been battering the area for hours and hours and hours, and all of a sudden there's this calm, and yet you see the destructive nature on the backside, which is what you're going to be experiencing here in the next hour, 2 hours. Does it seem like most people have heeded the warnings? Does it seem like most people have evacuated and left?
It did, until the eye came over us, and then we started seeing all these pickups and all these cars coming through here. So it was calm. It was quiet. It looked like it's safe. Look, we're staying in a hotel on the water, and people have come out. There are people staying in the hotel. This is an evacuation zone, though. But I think some of the people in the hotels that are high up, our hotel is very high up. I'd say it's probably maybe 50 to 100 feet up, 50 to 100 feet up. So, you know, we feel very protected here. But again, I got to tell you, Gotti, the water here, it's wild. It's coming in. And the rate that it's coming in is pretty fast. So I think over the next 4 or 5 hours, we're going to see some serious flooding in Sarasota. I mean, it was forecasted. It's just the question is how high it's going to be. You see, this is what I'm talking about here. People just zooming by, going as fast as they can in some cases.
Wow. And the storm surge was particularly, it was a huge concern, a little bit north of you, and it looks like that is now shifted south. Does it look like the storm surge is already starting to set in where you are?
Yeah, look, it looks like it's coming in. I mean, the big fear was the storm surge in Tampa Bay, that black swan event. Luckily, and not luckily for other communities, but luckily for Tampa Bay, the storm, you know, it hit a little south of Tampa. If it hit north, it'd be a much different story. That's why Sarasota will feel the brunt of that storm surge, and that's why people here are concerned tonight. Again, once we get to that back of that eye wall, it's going to be a much different story. Gotti, I'm going to pick up our coverage now because I know our colleague Priscilla Thompson is standing by in Orlando. She's been covering the tornadoes and the tornado threats throughout the central and eastern part of the state. Priscilla, what can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, so we know that there have been dozens of reported tornadoes throughout central and southern part of the state, and we've seen some pretty dramatic footage of the damage. In St. Lucie County, there was a sheriff's building that is now just a pile of mangled metal, and we're talking about a 10,000 square foot building that has just been destroyed by a reported tornado. We also got some traffic cam in from Fort Pierce, Florida, where you just see these huge debris flying by as there is a funnel cloud there. And there are also reports of some injuries in some places as a result of these tornadoes. The good news is that a number of those tornado watches did expire at 9 p.m. So there's hopes that we will not see any more of that tonight, but certainly a very terrifying experience on top of an already very destructive and potentially deadly storm. Tom?
Okay, Priscilla Thompson first. Priscilla, we appreciate it. We thank you for all your reporting. Please stay safe. I do want to talk to the emergency management operator for Sarasota County, where we are tonight. Oh, okay. I think we're gonna dial in and talk to her soon. Do we still have Priscilla? All right, Priscilla. We still have you, so I think we're going to stick with you for a little bit. But while we do this, I want to show that the people we're talking about, people in the looky-loos not taking things seriously. There's a couple on a motorcycle right now, just going through a massive hurricane. Again, we're in the eye, so it's calm, but probably not the best idea, especially when the storm surge has started. You can see it here. The water is rising, and it's actually rising surprisingly fast. I mean, I've covered hurricanes before, and you see that storm surge come in, but you can actually see the rate at which the water's coming in, pushing some of the debris. Luckily, there were no debris piles out here on the coast of Sarasota. We know that in the neighborhoods and the suburbs there are, but thankfully they cleared out all that debris here. The wind's still not that strong. Priscilla, I'm curious, where you are in Orlando, what kind of effects are you feeling from the hurricane?
Yeah, Tom, so the rain is starting to come down harder. Already we're seeing some water beginning to pool on some of the roadways here, and the winds are also starting to pick up. And so right now officials are saying if you are not yet sheltering, you have about a half hour to do that before the worst of this storm is expected to move in and make things a lot more complicated here. And what is interesting about this area is that during Hurricane Ian, they saw devastating flooding, and Milton is expected to be far worse. We're talking about up to 14 inches of rain here that could just cause catastrophic flooding in addition to the 80-mile-per-hour winds. And there are people who have evacuated to this area. I spoke to a woman who lives in St. Petersburg, said that she lost everything during Hurricane Helene. All that she has left there is a 10-foot by 10-foot storage unit that is on the first floor in St. Petersburg with all of her life's possessions. They drove up here to Orlando today, and she is just numb. She says that she doesn't know what to expect. I want to play a little bit of that conversation I had with her.
You're really kind of numb. You're really just kind of numb. We've all been in shock. Just your adrenaline just takes over. We've been through a lot of suffering, so I think we understand suffering in just such different ways, and I know that we get through it.
And so many people here just feeling lost. And that woman, I don't know if you could see, was clutching a rosary. And she told me that she has been praying nonstop, hoping that this storm will not be as bad as it is projected to be, especially here in Orlando, where she and her family are sheltering. Tom?
All right, Priscilla, we thank you for that. We have Sandra Tapfumane on the phone right now. She's in charge of the emergency management for Sarasota County. Sandra, thanks for joining us once again in our special coverage. You know, the eye is passing over Sarasota. It's been very calm, at least where we have been for the last hour or so. The winds are now starting to pick up. Have you gotten any reports about any kind of emergency situation so far? And what are you monitoring?
Yeah, hi. Thanks so much for having us on. Yeah, so right now we have not gotten too many reports of any emergencies. We do anticipate that to increase as the eye wall or the eye passes over the county. Right now it was going over Siesta Key and starting to hit inland a little bit. So it is eerily calm here, and we know that that's not going to be the case in a short time. We're expecting the storm to deteriorate with the conditions.
Yeah, you know, I'm here live in Sarasota. We're right by the bay. The storm surge, you can actually see it coming up now. I'd say it's about ankle high where we are, and we're a little bit above sea level here, so it's coming in. Have you gotten reports about the storm surge yet?
So we did see, we were watching some Department of Transportation cameras along the Philippi Creek, and it looked like it was starting to flood that area, and some reports about Venice Beach having a couple of feet of storm surge down south. So yeah, so it's starting, it is starting, and I anticipate that, you know, we're going to have multiple feet. We're really hoping that we're not going to get that high end of the 12-foot projection at this point. I mean, we just had Hurricane Helene that created a lot of devastation to the coastline, and that was only 5 to 6 feet. So, you know, anywhere above that, really any storm surge on top of what we already had is going to be a very, very catastrophic situation for the county.
What are you hearing about power outages? Here, the power is out where we are. We're seeing transformers explode in the distance. Have you got any reports about that?
Yeah, we are starting to hear about different parts of the county that are without power. Really, there's a lot of areas that are. So we are trying to get an assessment from FPL to get a total count of how many are out. But we, you know, that was an anticipation with the high winds. You know, 120-mile-per-hour winds is definitely going to take out a lot of the power. So right now, we're looking at 160,000 out of power, and you anticipate that to increase.
All right, Sandra Tapuvume, we appreciate you, and I know we're going to stay in contact throughout the night. Thank you for all that you're doing for the people of Sarasota.
Thank you so very much.
When we come back, we're going to have much more from Hurricane Milton. The winds are starting to pick up here in Sarasota as the eye passes us. What else is happening around the state? Stay with us.
Score the best deal with the FC25 promo set. Add a random key to your FC25 purchase and use code G2A promo set for extra savings. Come on in and enjoy the deal.
The vote. It's as American as apple pie. It's iconic. Got the flag up. Patriotic. The vote is as American as you. This November, step into the box and make it stick. Voter up.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
They are energized by the idea that this is a real fight. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
They're rolling on. Welcome back to our live coverage of Hurricane Milton. The situation here in Sarasota is starting to turn dire. At first, we had, okay, we're gonna go, we gotta go.
Wow, that is a
I'm gonna
live
send it
look
back to
right
you guys.
now.
Gotti, we're okay. We just want to move inside.
Wow. If you're joining us live, we're watching Tom Yamas and his team fall back right now. Just moments ago, Tom Yamas was in the eye of the storm. It was completely quiet. There were people driving around. There was not that storm surge that you're seeing. And now all of a sudden, within a matter of a minute or two, it is complete chaos where he is. The wind gusts are picking up. You see those flashes of light. You see what look like transformers blowing in the background, and that storm surge has come in. Again, we are watching this live feed of Tom Yamas and his team falling back to safety. If you were watching just a few minutes ago, you saw Tom. He was walking out there in the street. He was walking in relative calm. We were just talking about how eerie it was. And now that team is having to fall back to some safety. You see the footsteps there in the storm surge that is rising there in Sarasota. Incredible images. We're going to wait for Tom Yamas to reposition in a safer position. They've got a lot of different fall back locations throughout that area, and so they're going to be falling back to one of those safer positions. But for now, joining me from Sarasota as well is storm chaser Ben McMillan. Ben, did you see this? All of a sudden, the backside of the wall comes screaming in, just like Tom's team there?
Yeah, Gaddy, some really scary moments. You saw some of the power flashes, the explosions in Sarasota. We've moved north to Bradenton, and you can see now significant storm surges coming in off the bay here, Tampa Bay, into the area here, and the conditions are really going downhill quickly. So last few moments here have gotten extremely violent with the wind, and I think it's definitely safe to say this storm's not over yet.
And Ben, you've been outside all day. How quickly have you seen things change from the storm, from the eye, and then back to what you're experiencing now?
Well, I think the most revealing thing is how quickly we had a calm eye probably just 15 minutes ago. I was out here standing talking with my crew. We have a paramedic and a photographer, and we had no issues. And now you can see I can barely even stand. But I'm going to step back and show you I'm knee-deep in water. So this water was not here. The winds were calm. So that just shows you how dangerous these storms are and how violent they can be. And I'm now seeing power flashes in the distance.
Wow, Ben, well, thank you so much for your coverage, and we hope you fall back and find somewhere safe to ride out this particularly intense part of the storm. Sure. Joining us now is Jamie Rome. She is the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. Thank you so much for being with us right now. We're in the landfall window. The timing has moved up literally a few hours ago, and it's become stronger, bigger. It's making landfall, and now we're seeing the backside of that wall go through. Can you walk us through what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, all of the hazards that were predicted with this particular landfall are unfolding. You can see it in some of the footage ahead of this segment. So let's start first with the heavy rain. So the heavy rain is along and to the north of where the center is tracking. That is placing that heavy rain and that flash flooding. And this is not typical rain. This is seriously intense rainfall rates over the Tampa Bay area, and it's going to move along the I-4 corridor overnight, so that's Lakeland and Orlando. The worst of the surge, which is where the footage was earlier, is down here south of where it made landfall. So it made landfall at Siesta Key. So the worst of the surge is this Port Charlotte, Venice area in Sarasota County. And so, they're sort of experiencing the brunt of it as we speak. And then the core of a major hurricane moved ashore here. And so these extreme winds, and we've already got a report of a gust of over 102 miles per hour. These extreme winds are just moving inland, and with it, you're just getting, exponential rise in power outages as this core moves slowly inland.
And when we're looking at Sarasota right there, where a bulk of our teams are, you're starting to see the backside of the storm come in. How much storm surge is that going to be bringing in the next 30 minutes to an hour?
Well, we think the peak of the storm surge is going to be somewhere in the 9 to 13 feet. We don't have any instruments that can hold up to those types of conditions, so we don't have anything to measure it or report it. But just based off experience, when you get that sort of onshore wind at a big hurricane, you're going to get every bit of that 9 to 13.
And what are your biggest concerns as you see the hurricane now making landfall and ripping across Florida there?
It's unfortunately impacting a densely populated portion of Florida. This I-4 corridor that connects Tampa, Orlando, and Daytona, very heavily populated, and some of the worst of the conditions are going to ride right along that area, exposing probably millions of people to these conditions.
And we know that the storm surge, it doesn't seem like the storm surge concern for Tampa has materialized, but where are the places that are going to be hit over the next few hours with the storm surge the worst?
Well, Tampa just swapped out one type of flooding with another. So instead of getting the saltwater flooding, they're now getting the intense flash flooding that is occurring from the heavy rains. The peak of the storm surge is just a little bit to the south because the center came in just south of Tampa. So that 9 to 13 is probably in the Venice, Port Charlotte area.
Jamie Roan with the National Hurricane Center, thank you. And we are continuing our special coverage as Hurricane Milton makes landfall across Florida's Gulf Coast near Siesta Key as a dangerous, potentially life-threatening Category 3 storm. This is a live look at the conditions right now in St. Petersburg, Florida. The monster storm weakened overnight from a Category 5, but then grew in size. Impacts are going to be felt all across Florida, even up to southern Georgia. And flooding and power outages are already a major issue. More than 1 million people right now all without power. And storm surge, as we were just hearing, could reach up to 15 feet in some parts. Tornadoes have also been making things much more dangerous as dozens of reported twisters earlier ripped up some communities hours before landfall. All of this happening just 2 weeks since Hurricane Helene slammed into Florida, forcing people in hard-hit areas to scramble and to get rid or secure any debris that could be a hazard in front of their homes before Milton's arrival. That's some of those debris piles that you're seeing right now. Hopefully those debris piles, most of them have been taken away, because as the storm surge comes in and as the winds rip through, you can see how those debris piles can turn very, very dangerous. NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, I mean, that was incredible. I don't know if you were watching, but that shot with Tom Yamas earlier, it was fine. It was peaceful. It was almost this eerie calm, right? And then as soon as we went to him, in a matter of seconds, everything turned and he was just being tossed around, and they had to fall back. So can you walk us through what they experienced with those winds as the wall went over them?
Yeah, so they experienced the pressure drop in the eye. They experienced the extreme calm where you can even sometimes hear frogs and bugs outside. And then they experienced really the worst of what Hurricane Milton has to offer when it comes to those winds. We know that the eye wall is where the strongest winds live. And where Tom is, they aren't actually the worst of it per se, because you move a little farther to the north and you'll really start to see things ramping up, but it isn't pretty. It is not something that you want to be out in for sure. And you'll, when I show you these wind reports that we've got in over the past hour or so, you're going to be impressed. One thing to note, we've got a flash flood emergency going on across Tampa. No surprise. We have reported 5 inches of rain in the St. Petersburg area in 1 hour. There was already over a foot of rain that has happened in the past 24 hours. So you can just put into perspective what that means for the flooding that's ongoing across the Tampa area with this kind of setup of this rain, the purples and the deep, deep reds kind of sitting over that area. And this is likely going to continue. We're talking catastrophic flooding occurring with this rain that's working across that region. So it's not, of course, just the wind. It's not, of course, just the rain. We've also got the storm surge that we're talking about a little farther to the south. But this is going to be something that this area is going to continue to see. Here are some of the wind speeds that we've already recorded. Bradenton, 96 miles per hour, Gotti. We've got the same going for St. Petersburg. Again, that north side of that eye really is where the more substantial kind of impacts are. But still, you look a little farther to the south, Venice, over 90 miles per hour. So this is exactly what we expected, those hurricane force winds ongoing here. And this is what we're going to see here as it works across, unfortunately, the state of Florida. So even as it's over central Florida here, as we get into the overnight overnight hours, it's still going to have really aggressive winds. So we could see some of that wind destruction working across this region instead of just kind of confined to the coast. And when we usually see these storms really significantly weaken over land, but Florida is just essentially not that wide. So that's going to hold together. And remember, it came on shore as a Category 3. It still had a whole lot of steam in it as it made landfall. Here are some of the wind gusts we've seen in the past hour: 82 miles per hour in Tampa, even inland for Winter Haven and Orlando, over 50 miles per hour. The power outages are going to continue. We've already seen over 1 million power outages reported for the West Coast. That's going to expand here as the night goes on for folks across the middle of the state. And here's why. Notice this little red kind of circle right around the center of that system. Those are the hurricane force winds. So look, they'll work across the state. And again, the damage is what you're going to be seeing. On top of that, the flash flood risk is going to be immense with those highest amounts already totaling up. Gotti, we've got more than 6 inches in Tampa, already 2 inches in Orlando. These are saturated grounds. And all of that on top of the fact that we still have a potential to see some of those tornadoes coming in on those outer bands as it works across the state.
Angie Lastman, thanks so much for keeping an eye on all of that. 6.75 in Tampa so far. It's incredible. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock, who is in Fort Myers, a little bit south right now. Sam, what are you seeing on the ground right now? And are we starting to see an escalation in the storm surge?
A material change in just the last hour, Gotti. To situate this for you, I'm in a parking garage so that we're safe in Fort Myers on the 4th or 5th floor. Sound structure. We have a bird's eye view from up here, and if you look down, this is downtown Fort Myers. I would say, at least at last check, when I walked down there, a couple of feet of water have just flooded the streets here. It's coming from the nearby river, the Caloosahatchee River, which was basically at ground level a couple of hours ago when we were live for nightly news. And within that 2-hour span, it's coming in from every which direction. And I know from our vantage point, again, for safety, you're not going to be able to see all of this, but you, I'm sure, see all of the pooling within this street. There's a parking garage sort of catty-corner from where we are right now, and I'm looking at the water levels reach about the 2nd or 3rd step and continue to rise. I just see someone kind of checking out and walking back into the parking garage, probably have the same idea that we do, which is to say there is definite storm surge here. And, you know, you're hearing these reports of major flood stage situations in places like Punta Gorda, in Naples, which is about 25 or 30 minutes south of where I am, certainly north. I know you were just talking with Angie about Tampa and Sarasota, although initially Tampa had that weird anti-surge situation going on. But now in a lot of these cities, and you feel the wind coming in, gusts that are pretty close to, I would say, hurricane strength if they aren't. Listen to that. That's the palm trees just swaying back and forth, physically being moved. You're just seeing flooding, and I can't even imagine what we're going to be looking at tomorrow morning. We were just talking about, like, we hope we can get out of this garage, because right now it's a couple of feet and just climbing. High tide is 8:15 tomorrow morning. So we are 70 miles away from Sarasota. The lights are flickering on and off right now. I'm sure you just saw in the background. Things go dark. Look at this whole street. Look at this. Okay, all the street lights
we just saw are now that
Oh,
right
simmering and going
behind
out.
you.
No power.
Right behind you, we saw a big transformer blow. We saw the lightning hit, and then all of a sudden it is pitch black behind you.
And there it goes,
this is
back out again.
downtown Fort Myers. Wow, that's incredible. What are the biggest concerns in Fort Myers? I know that
Sometimes you feel like your tracks are right there, but they're just not ready to export. There's still something missing.
Few of the North Carolina victims of Hurricane Helene will have any help from federal insurance to rebuild. A Reuters analysis of government data shows only around 1 in 200 people in the state's flood-stricken West are covered by the National Flood Insurance Program. That's a far lower rate than the coastal or riverside areas it's meant to serve. Heavy rainfall events like Helene are likely to be even more damaging with climate change, since warmer air can hold more moisture. According to the Environmental Protection Agency, since 1900, precipitation in the U.S. has increased as temperatures rose, and rain and snow are increasingly falling in intense bursts. rows. And rain and snow are increasingly falling in intense bursts.
Yell at the guy outside.
Hey, there's a building coming!
Yep.
Unless it takes the perfect angle.
Oh, come on, baby. Miss us.
Take the angle. Take the angle. Take the angle.
It's gonna hit the pole though, right here. Holy. It just ripped it in fucking half.
Split it.
Holy fuck. Jesus, dude, that missed our building by, I mean, feet? Holy shit. It's let loose. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, that's from the brewery. Maybe, well, yeah, those look like...
It's been a struggle, a mighty struggle. It's disheartening. It's expensive. But you come down, you just have to realize you got to have help. That we're not just going to snap back from this. I mean, this is generational work that's involved in a perennial crop like pecans. And so, you know, as I said, I appreciate everything, but I can't qualify myself, and I can't be myself unless before I say anything else or go any further, I know where I got to get my help. I know where it comes from. Lord, I do pray for the perseverance of this country. I do love it, and I thank you for the opportunity of being here. I love this country. I love my state. I'm thankful to get to raise a family here, and I pray that we can continue on, and so many others who are in such dire straits. So, Father, I ask, please, Lord, forgive this country. Forgive us individually. Forgive us corporately. And please, Lord, give us the help. We ask in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
There was a little bit of a wobble here with this hurricane. It kind of started to dip south, so the trajectory was a little bit different than what people expected. What are the biggest concerns right now in Fort Myers?
Storm surge. Now, as it pertains to Fort Myers specifically, and a number of the other counties, like Lee County, as of about an hour or two ago, still had deputies in the streets. I would doubt that's the case now. Many of these other localities do not want to put first responders in harm's way by going out to try to rescue people who chose not to evacuate in the middle of a storm. Once you get to about 45 miles an hour or greater on sustained winds, they're just not going to do it. So that's point A. Point B, we're in downtown Fort Myers, and I think this is definitely worthy of clarification. Fort Myers is coastal in a sense. You know, we're not far from the Gulf, but you got to go all the way about another 8 or 10 miles to get to those barrier islands. This is all in an evacuation zone we would not be able to access. Barrier islands like Fort Myers Beach, where the catastrophe happened with Hurricane Ian a couple of years ago, Sanibel Island, you know, Matlacha Island, Pine Island, and they have these thin little causeways and bridges that are not like the sturdiest things you've ever seen. And so during Ian, they ruptured. People couldn't get on and off of some of the islands. The death toll for Ian, and I'm using that as a reference point here, was 150 people, give or take, 70 in this county. So once you start talking about storm surge getting up there 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 feet, loss of life is obviously your biggest concern. I believe, and it certainly seems for all appearances, that enough people evacuated that you had a lot of people get out that could have potentially drowned. But we heard that the shelters, and you can again feel this wind really kicking up, the shelters had about 100,000 people across the state, according to DeSantis and the Department of Emergency Management when they briefed a little while ago. Earlier it was like 30,000. Now they're reporting 100,000. It's true in Lee County, where I am as well. Started the day at 1,600, 7,000 people in shelters here.
Very telling there. Sam Brock, stay safe, and we'll be checking back with you in just a little bit. Let's go back to Tom Yamas in Sarasota. Tom, I can't even describe what you and your team just went through. I mean, we were watching your shot. Everything was so calm, eerily calm, and then all of a sudden, I thought this was like playback or something. I could not believe that this was happening live because it happened so quickly. What was it like on your side of the lanes?
Hold on, Gotti. Power's just going out over here on the island of just off Sarasota. I'm looking out over here. You can see all these hotels and condos have just lost their power. It may fire back up again once their generators kick on, but this just happened. You see it right there.
Wow.
Listen, Gotti, this is the craziest part of this hurricane right now. Like I said, after that eye pass, Bill Cairns told me, he said, get ready for it. And you're right. It was incredibly calm. And then I'd say within minutes, it got incredibly dangerous. We were reporting, I think we have the clip there, and I was just basically saying how the situation was growing dire. We were watching that storm surge come in, and then a transformer, I think, exploded over our head, and that's when I realized it was getting too dangerous. We brought the entire team back. We're completely fine. We're surrounded by concrete here. We're high up. I do want to show you the storm surge. Here's the clip right now. Sarasota is starting to turn dire. At first, we had, okay, we're going to go. We got to go. We got to go. We got to go.
Wow, that is a live look
right now. We don't want to take any
chances
there.
We're okay. We just want to move inside.
Yeah, we didn't want to take any chances at that point, Gotti. It obviously turned very fast. And I got to tell you, there were a lot of cars, there were a lot of people that were out, you know, trying to see what the hurricane felt like and looked like because we were in the eye. And again, it was within minutes, it completely changed. This storm surge is coming in so fast. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. I've covered a lot of hurricanes. This has definitely been the strongest one I've covered this season so far. But look at that. I don't know if you can tell because it's so dark, but that's a garage, Gotti, and the first floor of the garage is almost completely inundated. What you're seeing there is the wall of the first floor, and that water is rising. This has come up, I'd say, in the last hour, and it's not stopping. The wind is ripping through here right now. I'm sure our weather unit knows how fast it's coming. I'm glad we're inside now, protected by this concrete high up. But you can see how it's ripping these oak trees and how it's ripping the palm trees. We're starting to see projectiles, nothing too serious, but branches, any kind of debris, garbage that was left over, it's all flying around. The power is out in Sarasota, and this is the brunt of Hurricane Milton. This is what Hurricane Milton was all about. That eye, it is so deceiving because it makes people think, oh, it's over, it's not that bad, there was too much hype, and then the backside of that hurricane hits you, and this is what it is right now. We experienced it up close, and I gotta tell you again, Gotti, it was just within minutes that thing's nailed us. There's things that are starting to fly off. There are things that are starting to fly off the roof of some of these hotels and these condos. I think they're air conditioning, or kind of like the air conditioning fans at the top of some units, and we're seeing those fly around as well. It speaks to the gravity of the situation here in Sarasota. I really hope those people that were out in their pickup trucks doing donuts during the eye are back in a safe spot because this is getting wild. The flooding has begun. The storm surge is here, and it's getting absolutely wild. I think we're going to go to Tampa right now. I'm not sure who we have there live. This is a fluid situation. We have Stephanie Gosk, who's live in Tampa. Stephanie, we just got whipped with the back end of the hurricane. I got to tell you, it's the real deal. What are you guys feeling there in Tampa?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we are getting the brunt of it here.
You were describing just speaks to the ferocity of this wind. That is not an easy lift.
Jesse, I'm showing the viewers now where we are so they understand that we can stay safe while we report on this massive hurricane that is hitting Sarasota right now. These are concrete walls. We are surrounded by concrete. We're high up. We have cars that are protecting us from the wind shear. I do want to show you another angle of the storm surge here. I'm going to ask our photographer, George, to come down. And George, just point that camera down if you can. You can see the stop sign down there. Hopefully, that stop sign is already halfway covered in water. You can see it right there. And you can actually see the waves. That current is the storm surge that's coming in right now off the bay. And it's coming inland to Sarasota. The interesting thing that we were seeing when we were down there before we had to pull out because it was too dangerous was that the storm surge felt like it was coming from every angle. You were seeing water come in from different avenues, from different streets in different directions, which essentially gives you the sign. It tells you that you're being surrounded by water. It's another reason why we had to come up here. But I got to tell you, the water is rising, I'd say, inches in seconds, which is why it's so dangerous. When they talk about that wall of water, it is the truth. We're seeing it in real time here in Sarasota, Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And, you know, we only have eyes on three sides of this because of the safety element you were just talking about, right? Over here, we know there's water. We know there's water off on this side street to the right, and then on the main road behind us, on the other side of our cameras for our viewers, we know there's water over there too. But I'm wondering about the main drag heading over by the marina, because I can tell you, before landfall, in the last couple days, we saw a boat that was partially submerged in the marina area from the aftermath of Helene. And again, this storm was expected to bring twice as much storm surge, and we are looking at really powerful winds. And so I'm really curious to know what that looks like. And obviously, when it is safe enough, when it is light enough, we will get an idea of the damage over there. But there are a lot of boats out in the water, Tom, not to mention the vehicles that we have been seeing on the roads and the people who we've heard shouting during that moment of calm during the eye.
You know, I lived through Hurricane Andrew. I was about 12, 13 years old when Andrew hit Miami back in 1992. And it changed the building codes all over Florida, right? People realize the power of a hurricane, especially a direct hit, what happens if windows break and wind gets in, it can lift off roofs. So our viewers seen all these giant skyscrapers, all these big buildings in Sarasota. They may be wondering how these things survive. They usually have storm impact windows, right? Those windows are very, very strong. They usually can withstand winds up to 165 miles per hour. What they can't withstand sometimes are projectiles. I mean, they are high impact, but you got to be really, really careful. Luckily, we don't see anything flying in the air that high right now. What I am noticing in those buildings, though, the power is out. There is no power. What's up is generator power, and it's just emergency lights at this point. we're up and we're running with lights, but we're on battery right now, and that's the way we're able to broadcast to you live. I understand we have a storm chaser in Daytona who's been following the storm for us as well. Daytona's far from us. It's on the east coast of Florida, but the storm is so big that everyone in Florida is experiencing something. What are you seeing there in Daytona? All right, we lost our storm chaser. It's okay. It's going to happen in a live situation. I'm going to stick with Jesse right now because the story seems to be right here in Sarasota. Jesse, you were here a couple of days longer than I was, covering what was going on here. You saw some of those debris piles, you told me, further inland. It felt like people got out of Sarasota. We were seeing businesses boarded up. Is that the sense you got, and were they able to tackle those debris piles, or was it sort of too much and not enough time like it was in Tampa?
Yeah, I think, Tom, that it was too much. We know from the governor that he said they were working 24/7, but he also says they only got 50% off the barrier islands. Wow, that's a really strong gust. I can hear it through your mic, and we just got the wind shifted directions and got a rush of water to the face. There's definitely still a lot of debris out there. The mayor had told me yesterday that well before landfall, they had stopped collecting debris, and there were still piles as I was walking with her in a ghost town, effectively, street out on the barrier island. I also can tell you, Tom, I know you are no stranger to covering these either. Oh, man, that's really rushing through. When we come to town, right, we stock up like everyone else. Food, gas, non-perishable food, gas, water, gas cans, so we can have extra fuel on hand. And I got to tell you, Tom, it felt like those things were harder to find earlier this time around. And that echoes what I heard from the mayor, what we get the sense from in these communities, is that people are on edge in a way they aren't typically because of what Helene did in this community already. Again, I saw a waist-high watermark in a home not too far from where I am right now on a barrier island just up the road. And that was from the last storm. This one is supposed to be more ferocious, and you got to hope that more people are taking it seriously. And from what we're hearing from officials, that seems to be the case, Tom.
All right, Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, you and your team stay safe. I know you're close by. I want to go to Chase Kane right now. He's our national climate reporter. A tornado, I'm being told, has just touched down in Daytona. That's where Chase is right now. Chase, what do you know?
Gotti, cannot confirm that this is a tornado, but I've been taking a look at the live radar, and there is definitely rotation in this storm. That's why we are well inside the loading dock of our hotel here. We have a safe place that we can take cover, but you can probably see here behind me just how strong these winds are. So we have that combination of both the sustained tropical storm force winds with the rotation in these storms that we've been talking about all afternoon. The National Weather Service office in Miami set a record for the most tornado warnings issued in one day today. As of last check earlier, we had well over a dozen confirmed tornadoes. I mean, you can see what the trees are doing here. Even the gate next to this loading dock here. The vehicle that just drove by is a Volusia County sheriff. The only vehicles that we've seen lately are official vehicles because there is a mandatory curfew. There's a mandatory evacuation order in place for this area where we are in Daytona Beach. I mean, would be tough to guess how strong these winds are, but it's been pretty ferocious here over the last, certainly over the last half hour or so, Gotti.
All right, Chase, it's Tom Llamas you're talking to here, but I know you're new with us, so that's all good. Please stay safe where you are in Daytona. We're going to check back with you a little later. George, I'm going to bring our photographer, photojournalist George Pujols back over here because I want to show how much the storm surge is growing here. I'd say it's climbing inches. Every minute or so, it gets more. And this is what they were afraid of here, right? It was a historic storm surge, a storm surge like they had never seen before. It's just getting started. We still have, I'd say, 1 or 2 hours of this intense weather. Our meteorologists will be able to give us a better sense of that. It's also such a big storm that there are different parts of the state being affected, including Orlando. I know we have Charles Salazar, who's live for us to help us out in our live coverage there. Charles, talk to us about what you're seeing in Orlando and what your big concerns are tonight.
Alrighty, first of all, thank you for having me here tonight, and thank you for the work that you guys do out there reporting the news, because that's really important to everybody. So in Orlando, we've witnessed quite a bit of rain, some rain bands that came through here. We're really concerned about flooding, and so now the winds are starting to pick up. I think right now they're sustained at 30. you know, our rescue crews are going to be out there. They're going to be ready. But when the winds get to sustained 40 to 45, which we're expecting, then we have to pause operations and wait for that to stop before we can continue those operations. But, you know, we're concerned with falling trees. What we learned through Hurricane Ian, we learned that this could be a potential heavily flooded city. And so what we did this time is we pre-positioned our rescue boat assets throughout the city in those areas that flooded previously. So we're going to be ready for that. We are aware that there has been many tornadoes, and we're prepared for that. We've had tornado warnings here, nothing confirmed. But the men and women of the Orlando Fire Department, they're ready. They've been preparing for several days. They performed really well during Hurricane Ian, and we're ready to perform for this storm as well.
Charles Salazar from Orlando. Charles, we appreciate all that you're doing over there. Please stay safe tonight. Our continuing coverage live from Sarasota will continue right now. We are live in Sarasota as Hurricane Milton is striking this area. Stay with us. The hurricane, the most powerful part of the hurricane, slamming into Sarasota right now. It made landfall just a bit north of us in Cedar Key, south of Tampa. That was somewhat of good news for Tampa because they were worried about the storm surge if it hit north of there. But right now, unfortunately, it's bad news for Sarasota, feeling the brunt of Hurricane Milton, and we're seeing that storm surge happen as we come to you live right now. The wind just ripping completely the palm trees, power outages everywhere. We are experiencing transformers explode, and we're seeing trees being ripped apart in real time right now. We still have a team of reporters that are fanned out across the state of Florida as the wind is really picking up here. I'm going to have George back up a little bit so he can get into a safer position as we set up here. If you're just joining our coverage, we are in a safe spot here. We're in a concrete garage on the 5th floor. There's no chance that the storm surge is going to get us. We are protected from the wind, but it is an intense scene right here, and one that we saw firsthand. We were in the middle of the eye, maybe about 45 minutes ago, and the eye was just passing us, and within minutes, the situation got incredibly precarious. A transformer exploded over our heads. We had to run out with our crew because at that point we realized we should be back inside. But that's how quickly the storm can turn on you. It can go from very calm when you're in the eye to the backside of the hurricane, which is happening right now. Again, as I mentioned, we have a team of reporters live tonight in Sarasota, in Tampa, in Fort Myers, all over the state of Florida, covering Hurricane Milton as it's made landfall, and it's now cutting across what we call the I-4 corridor. I'm going to ask our controlman to tell me one more time who we have next, who's coming up here. Okay, we have Angie, one of our meteorologists, who's going to walk us through what's happening. Angie, talk to us about what's happening right now where we are in Sarasota.
Yeah, so Tom, you mentioned you went through the eye wall and you really saw the worst of it ramping up at a quick pace as expected. And on the backside of that eye wall, you see things wrapping around, and you can tell by some of the returns on here just how aggressive this rain, the wind is where you are right now. And that's only going to get worse here for the next maybe 30 to 45 minutes or so. And then we'll start to see things kind of tapering off a bit. Of course, you're not out of the woods. You're still going to deal with what's left to come for Milton here as it works more inland. But we've got some other things unfolding. Where Tom is right now, that's where we're really concerned about, of course, the wind and the rain, but the storm surge essentially from that point south. It is a tale of kind of two impacts. The storm surge for folks on that coastal region, and then we've got the really heavy rain, flash flood emergency ongoing across Tampa, and we've got, of course, the potential for those damaging, destructive winds with that eye wall working through these regions. So here's some of the rain that we're seeing right now. Notice the purple, the pinks, the reds. That is the extremely torrential rain falling in that region. We've seen multiple inches in just a span of an hour. In some spots last hour, it was over 5 inches of that region. So no surprise that we've got this flash flood emergency ongoing. But look how expansive those flash flood warnings are across this region. This is the area on the north side of that system that we're really concerned about the heavy rainfall. And it stretches across the state because it is going to remain north side loaded with the heaviest of the rain and the strongest of the winds. So as it works across the state, we'll watch that. This is going to go until 2:30 in the morning. I am concerned for what it must be like in this area right now, to be perfectly honest, when it comes to the flash flooding that they're likely seeing from Bradenton to Ruskin, Tampa, Clearwater, St. Petersburg. But they are not getting the storm surge. That, of course, is points south of there. And you can see that backside circulation starting to work in. So we've already had reports 4 feet, 5 feet in places like Fort Myers, Naples. So that means we don't really have a whole lot of gauges in between there. We're going to have to wait and see with first light what kind of unfolds when it comes to the storm surge for that region from Sarasota down to Fort Myers. But we likely will see that storm surge forecast from the National Hurricane Center verify if we're already at the point that we're at of 4, 5, 6 feet in some of these places that are farther away from where the center of that circulation is, and those onshore winds are continuing. So we're likely talking about much higher amounts closer to that system, of course. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how that plays out. No surprise, we've got a reverse storm surge happening in Tampa Bay. They've, of course, escaped the worst of it when it comes to the storm surge, but you saw the rainfall amounts, and you're about to see some of those wind reports that we've seen that have just been downright impressive as that system moves ashore. So that is what they're going to be dealing with when it comes to destruction and damage here through at least the next couple of hours. There's where we're, again, expecting the worst of that storm surge. 9 to 13 feet likely will verify. We'll see possibly the 8 to 12 feet verify as well, especially when you're talking about the Cape Coral area, the mouth of that bay. We saw it with Ian. We saw the destruction when it came to the storm surge, and it's not hard for flooding to occur in that area. And this likely is going to be several miles inland for that region as we get closer to high tide time. Here's the winds that I was talking about, over 90 miles per hour in a lot of spots. Bradenton, St. Petersburg, North Palm Beach, Venice, Sarasota, all over 90 miles per hour. This is what we mean when we're talking about getting in that northerly part of that eye wall, and it's ongoing. The system well inland, 84-mile-per-hour winds for Tampa and St. Petersburg this hour. We've got Winter Haven up to 71 miles per hour. So the power outages are just going to keep falling here as this system works across the state. We've already got more than 1 million in the central Florida and parts of the Space Coast. Will start to add to that. And this likely will be a good chunk of the state dealing with power outages with how expansive these tropical storm force winds are, but especially these hurricane force winds that extend well out from the center of that system. Now, the flash flood risk, notice as we get through the day today and get into tomorrow morning, we're really going to be concerned about places like Orlando and stretching up to Daytona Beach. I said that northern side of the system, that is where a lot of rain is. We saw shear and a cold front interacting with the system before it moved onshore. That kind of made the northern side of the system really big and bulky, and the southern side of it a little wimpy. Of course, it didn't weaken it all that much, but this means that the heaviest of the rain is going to be working across these regions, specifically Orlando, Daytona Beach here as we get through, especially into tomorrow morning. We're still going to be watching this. One thing to note, we've got already saturated grounds. We've already had 8 inches of rain in Tampa here over the last 24 hours, and impressive amounts in a very short period of time. So when you're getting multiple 4 inches of rain per hour for 3 hours on end, we're talking double-digit rainfall amounts. So you may have escaped in parts of Tampa Bay the storm surge, but you're still going to see the flooding likely into homes, businesses when it comes to the rainfall that's ongoing. And this, again, this is going to Orlando, Daytona Beach, those numbers are going to grow here as the system works across the state. One thing, that high risk of flash flooding, it's going to stay with us through the day today into tomorrow. We could potentially see over 1 foot of rain in some spots, maybe even higher than that. 1.5 feet wouldn't be out of the question, Tom. So this is a multi-impact event. And on top of that, we still have the threat of tornadoes. Those will last here a little while longer, but of course, this is a multi-impact event that's going to continue to unfold here as the system works across the state and maintains hurricane strength.
Yeah, Angie, before you go, one more thing. Do you know how long we're going to be feeling the hurricane force winds where we are here in Sarasota? Because we're really getting nailed right now.
Yeah, you've got a little while longer, probably another couple of hours, especially this system moving about 15 miles per hour. So you're going to be in it here for another couple of hours before you start to see the strongest of those winds kind of winding down. You're still going to have to go through some of that heavy rain. And of course, you know, the winds aren't going to completely relax, but the worst of it, you are in for a little while longer, Tom, unfortunately.
All right, Angie, we thank you for that. We unfortunately got a bit of breaking news, and it's the worst type of news you want to report here. I'm being told by our control room that there was a tornado touchdown in Fort Pierce, Florida, and there are fatalities. As we get more information on this, we were going to bring it to you, but I'm being told now that there has been a tornado touchdown in Fort Pierce, and because of that, there have been fatalities. It speaks to the danger of this storm and what is happening. Not only the hurricane, but the tornadoes that it is spawning tonight. Joining us now live is the mayor of Zephyr Hills, which is just north of Tampa. Mayor, I know tonight is a dangerous night. I know the storm is striking south of where you are. Are you feeling the effects of Hurricane Milton right now? And what is your message to your viewers and to your residents, if maybe they're watching tonight here on NBC News Now?
Yeah, we are feeling the power of it right now. The winds keep gusting up. You know, we're pretty blessed that we're not getting a direct hit, but we know that others are, and it's very sad. We've had rain for about 5 hours straight. At 8:30, we already had 6.5 inches of rain. We've got flooding throughout our entire city. I guess at this point, majority of our residents are without power, and the ones that are lucky enough to have some probably won't in the next little bit.
Mayor, were you in touch with, I don't know if it's Duke Energy or FPL or which power company powers your community, but were you in touch with them, and did they tell you at what point they'll be able to get crews back out on the road? I know it's obviously not anytime soon, but will it be in the days or weeks ahead?
Yeah, so our city is actually has almost all of the different organizations that power our city, and they usually hit the ground running after it's the storm safely gone through. With our last hurricane, it was within a day or two that they started hitting. You know, we can be without power probably 4 or 5 days. That happens here. But we're going to hope for the best, but we know that it's throughout the whole state. So I know that they're going to be doing the best they can to get all of us back online as soon as they can.
All right, Mayor, we appreciate your time. Please stay safe tonight, and I hope the residents of Zephyr Hills are able to ride this out. Jesse Kirsch is joining our live coverage once again. Jesse, I'm out here on the balcony just above where you are, and I'm looking out at the incredible scene we're watching unfold in front of our eyes right now. Vinyl siding being ripped off from different structures out here in Sarasota. A storm surge that doesn't seem to stop. We're seeing palm trees getting completely shredded. I no longer can see the bay because of the sheets of rain that are out here, Jesse. And I just heard from Angie Lassman, one of our meteorologists, it's going to be like this for the next couple of hours.
The idea of that, Tom, is kind of remarkable. We just saw another flash. I don't know if that was a transformer or lightning. But, you know, the idea that these conditions are going to persist, and with all this debris flying, Tom, and I think for me the biggest thing that keeps catching my attention is the sound of that scraping of that metal off in the distance, Tom, and I know we've both been paying attention to it for our team's safety. Just speaks to the force of these winds. And yet you can see the pieces of the top of that little shed on top of this deck. Oh, man, look at that one. It just got picked up. Tom, I just lost sight of one of those pieces of debris. I don't know if you saw that, too, but it just kicked up off the deck and went off into the distance towards the bay, Tom.
It is, and let's go through the 5 a.m. advisory just a sec. Before I got to get you through the radar first, because we're getting some pretty heavy rain around the Tampa Bay area too, and some embedded thunder and lightning right around Port Charlotte. So a little bit of rumble of thunder there. Some of these heavier downpours are actually working their way. Kind of a south to north setup this morning. It's raining all over Hillsborough, Pinellas, going down into Manatee and Sarasota. And I know what you're thinking, like, wow, look at all the rain from that storm. This isn't even from Milton. This is out ahead of Milton. So we're going to get these on and off rain showers throughout the morning, but as far as the steadiest and the heaviest rain and the heaviest winds, that won't be until much, much later today, and may not be, honestly, most of it until the sun actually goes down. So here's a picture of Milton with its 160-mile-per-hour winds. And when you hear that number, and of course everybody gets scared, the only folks that will experience these extreme winds, and it's forecasted to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane now. I mean, it's going to be right on the coast, on the cusp of a Category 3 or 4, okay? And the only people that are going to experience that kind of wind are ones that are right around the center when it makes landfall. But we will get those 100-mile-per-hour tropical, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts in the Tampa area overnight tonight as well. They did nudge that line maybe 10 miles north from where they did yesterday, and somewhere in here, this is where your hurricane is going to make landfall, folks, within this cone from northern Pinellas to just north of Fort Myers.
I can tell you that I am concerned about the Gulf beaches because of the amount of debris that's still out there. You know, the state was in for the last few days, and they cleared out a lot, but it's still a significant amount. And there's other areas of the county, Crystal Beach, Ozona, Palm Harbor, Northeast St. Petersburg, Venetian Isle, Snell Isle, Shore Acres, all that area.
Is here, but the winds just continue whipping around this little shopping area and where there's restaurants, and we've seen some benches toppled over. But in terms of just storm debris, we've just seen branches and trees on the sidewalk from the strong winds. We've been hearing dings and bangs throughout downtown as we've been out here, and just every once in a while there'll be a very strong wind gust that might push something down the street. We just saw a leather couch get pushed down the street just a few minutes ago, so it'll be calm for a few minutes and then a gust will pick up. So that's the latest right now here in downtown Tampa at Sparkman Wharf. Reporting in downtown Tampa, Jordan Bowen, Fox 13 News.
And we're still keeping tabs on Hurricane Milton, still a Category 2 storm at this hour. 100-mile-per-hour winds being detected there. And as this continues to the north and east, it is expected to weaken into a Category 1 hurricane, but that's still as weak as it's going to get before it pushes off the east coast. So a hurricane through and through from one side of the state all the way to the other. The current movement is to the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour, so still a relatively fast-moving storm, which just makes the amount of rainfall it's dumped already just so astonishing. The latest advisory here, keeping those winds a little bit weaker, but either way, Category 2 storm expected to weaken to a 1 and then continue that trek off to the east before coming extra tropical as we head into Friday. Either way, hurricane warnings in effect because we're still seeing those powerful winds even on the backside of this system. Right now, downtown Tampa this camera's been shaking quite a bit. It looks like that's calmed down, but lights much darker than what we were seeing just moments ago because unfortunately power outages, as we'll see in just a moment, have continued to rise across the region. This was anticipated and expected. We went through Helene and Debbie, 2 storms that were prolific rain producers across all of central Florida and just made the ground so saturated. And when you have a saturated ground and very strong winds, that is a horrible recipe for power outages, and we've already seen some widespread outages with some spots close to 500,000 reporting outages within specific counties. Right now, wind gusts are as strong as 69 miles per hour in Tampa. How about 87-mile-per-hour gusts just moments ago being picked up still in St. Pete? You can tell they're very recent because these arrows are still pointed out of the north, which is what you see on the backside of a hurricane. On the front side, the winds are actually out of the south, and that's what the East Coast is experiencing for now. Wind speeds very strong in a large area around this system. Remember, this was a Category 5 hurricane a little over a day ago and then quickly has weakened down to a Category 3 storm just before landfall. And it's hard to get rid of all of these winds very quickly. So even with this weakening and expanding, we have a wind field of 60+ mile-per-hour winds that extend across much of central Florida still right now. And hurricane force winds in this red shaded region are awfully close to the center of this storm, which is nestled nestled over our interior counties. Been getting a lot of messages, as I mentioned just a moment ago, from several spots in Polk County and Highlands County specifically, saying that they're seeing the strongest winds at their household that they've seen all day, and that's to be expected. You are just now entering toward the center of this system, and a very disorganized center at that. Still stronger winds potentially on the back side of this as this pushes through, and eventually this is going to move to the north and east, carrying those stronger winds away, and that would be closer to 4 to 5 a.m. for reference as it does that. This will be a weakening storm by that point in time, but either way, we don't see those tropical storm force winds exit central Florida until we head into maybe 11 to 12 o'clock into the early hours of tomorrow afternoon. All this eventually gets off the East Coast, and we see this storm clear us all together as, again, we head into tomorrow morning. I think closer to sunrise as when we see that center of circulation exit off the East Coast. And otherwise, for tonight, we still just have some powerful winds and flash flooding to get through, as well as the storm surge that is still a problem for areas south of Siesta Key that saw the landfall there. Max wind gusts today in the neighborhood of 101 to 102 miles per hour between St. Pete and Sarasota. And these are just the spots that we have measurements right now that we can confirm. I'm sure there are several other spots that fill in this gap that are much closer to the Category 3 hurricane force winds that this storm brought as it pushed on shore. Here are those power outages I was talking about. I'm going to step out for just a moment so you get a good view of this. Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, each of them with roughly 400,000 individual outages. 120,000 now being reported in Polk County, and all of these numbers rising and rising as the winds haven't let up. The rain continues to fall, and the flooding remains the primary concern here. Look at these rainfall totals. Thankfully, even with the potential for our equipment to be damaged by these winds, you can keep in mind that the radar can estimate some of these rainfall totals we've seen. We've seen roughly a foot to a foot and a half, and in some places approaching 2 feet of rainfall over a short period as this system pushed on shore. Most of these impacts have been on the north side, and that flashing area you see are two very rare flood emergencies. They don't put these out very often, but it's the potential for life-threatening flooding that we're seeing, and in some cases.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second. On a
to the East Coast, we're still going to see that heavy rainfall be transported. Right now it's near Orlando, but farther to the east, off to the east coast of our state. And Sky Tower radar does a good job of at least letting you envision this. All of that heavy rain was located from Brooksville south into Tampa, and now it's sliding off to the north and east toward Orlando, where powerful backside winds are wrapping around, still propelling some storm surge along areas near and south of Siesta Key. We've been doing our best to check into any cameras that we still have up there, but many of our cameras across the region have been heavily damaged or destroyed completely by these wind gusts as this system pushed on shore, at least near the landfall point. We're going to continue monitoring Milton, but for now, guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Nash, thanks. We can expect some of the worst damage to be in our southern counties near where Milton made landfall.
And now landfall happened near Siesta Key. Nash just mentioned that. Fox 13's Evan Moon is about 30 miles north of there. She joins us live from Ellenton. What's it like there where you are, Evan?
Hi, Chris. Well, for the last couple of hours, we have seen crazy winds. I'm standing by my hotel here in Ellenton, and we did lose power a couple hours ago, but we've been standing by windows, and just hearing the wind has been really scary for us and for a lot of the residents here. It's been really loud, but now it's sort of let up, obviously, enough that we feel like we can be a little bit away from the hotel, but we're already seeing some of the damage. I mean, right here, Scott, my photographer, is going to show you. A huge branch came down, and then a little bit behind that, on the sidewalk behind me, a whole tree came down. So we know this is just a really small part of some of the damage we're going to see when the sun comes up. And I think that's been really scary for a lot of the residents we've talked to at the hotel. Is they know they're safe, they're glad they're safe, but they're worried for when the sun comes up and they go back to their home about the damage they're going to see. Again, we're seeing trees down. We've seen green flashes in the sky as transformers have been blowing. It's mainly been the wind here. We haven't seen a ton of rain. We haven't haven't seen a ton of storm surge, but that by no means that's not happening in other parts of Manatee County, because of course this Bradenton and Manatee County is very close to the coast. It's also surrounded by Manatee River, so there's been storm surge concerns, of course, in this area. So again, it's kind of a wait and see situation. And I will say good news, a lot of people in this area evacuated. Shelters were full, thousands of people at shelters in the area. And of course, at our hotel, there were dozens of people that we were talking to that evacuated, even from down the road, just a mile. They wanted to be safe here. We talked to them earlier. Here's some of that sound.
It's good to be around good friends and our family, and a little anxious, but we're all here together and we're going to make it. We're going to be good. When Helene came through, I was sitting on my lanai, watched a roof blow over, and I'm like, okay. And now this one, I'm not sure where we're going home to. I hope everything's still intact. A lot of anxiety. That's why we have vino.
So in the hotel earlier, there was a sense of community. A lot of those residents there were from the same community. They all were coming here to be safe. They didn't know what they were going home to, but I will say that that resident you just heard from, we were standing in the lobby with her just last hour, and unfortunately she had got a phone call from a neighbor. She had found out that her roof had blown off her house, and she was uninsured, so she was very unhappy, and I feel like that is what's to come when the morning comes. We've been safe here, and that's been the most important thing. Again, stuff is stuff, but she was in tears as she learned that her home, she couldn't go back to her home, which is what we're going to hear again more of when we start to assess the damage tomorrow. Bradenton police were hoping that they weren't going to make any rescues. We had heard from them last hour. They weren't out making rescues because it was still 45-mile-per-hour winds. That's still what we're seeing here, but hopefully, again, most people listened to advice of officials. They are in hotels, they are in shelters, and now it's just waiting for the sun to come up. It's going to be a sad story tomorrow, I think, here. Guys.
I think so. I think all over the area, it's going to be a pretty sad tale. Evan Moon, live for us there in Ellenton. Thanks, Evan.
Well, the storm is now moving towards central Florida, but the threats from the storm have impacted the area all day.
Yeah, Fox's Esther Bowers is in Cocoa Beach, where tornadoes have ripped through part of that community.
We just talked to the mayor of Cocoa Beach, who tells me he had his home. He was inside when a tornado went near his home. We're going to take you there next. But right now, we actually found the Wells Fargo Bank that had its roof completely ripped off by a tornado that touched down in Cocoa Beach. I know it is dark out, so I'm going to describe to you what I can see from my perspective. Just a huge gaping hole just past the Wells Fargo sign. Pieces of wood sticking out where part of that roof was torn off by a tornado. I want you to take a good look at this gentleman right over here. This is a volunteer, and we have been watching him move so quickly, picking up whatever debris he can find from this roof and getting it into this garbage can. You guys were just talking about we're expecting those winds to pick up. He was concerned about a rain band coming through, so he is out here completely on his own trying to get whatever he can, whether that's wood, the gutters, anything that's come off from this roof, taking it from the asphalt where it is and getting it into the dumpster. If you guys can walk with me. Oh, we're just stepping in some water. Got to be careful. Speaking of water, I want to discuss, we are smelling kind of just a bad smell of water in the area right now. Do we know if that's sewer water? Do we know if that's storm water? I'm not sure, but there is a strong odor just really taking place in this specific area. Tons of standing water. We mentioned the Wells Fargo lost its roof. It's right over here. This is the roof that was ripped off the bank. You can see the shingles. We have to be very careful because that gentleman, you saw the volunteer, he's been stopping drivers because nails, they're scattered everywhere. So we are going to be very careful where we walk. We did just have some police officers arrive here on scene, but right over here, I'm not sure if our cameras can pick it up. You can see the medical group sign. This is a urgent care. Maybe we got power back on just right now. If you see this street light came back on, that would be amazing. It would help us a lot. You can get a better look at the damage. I'm going to try to step back, see if you can see this roof. You can see this tarp. This is all part of that roof that, like we said, if we just flip around, it came over from this Wells Fargo bank when a fast-moving tornado ripped through Cocoa Beach. Again, you can see that volunteer just grabbing whatever he can in his hands. He doesn't want to see any of this debris get picked up when the winds get even stronger and send that into someone else's home. I mean, the debris and the damage, the devastation on this specific street just off of A1A, it is shocking. Now that we're getting some lights on, that is good. We can really see it. And I started off speaking about the mayor of Cocoa Beach. I just got off the phone with him. We're going to head over to his house right now. I mean, he's surveying damage. He had some trees come down. He told me on the phone he was watching the winds and he just watched them pick up and get so fast. And he told his family, this is a tornado, get inside. So he immediately shut all their doors and tried to get them to their safe room. He tells me at this time, none of his family was hurt. We also spoke with the city manager. If you're curious, were any other Cocoa Beach residents hurt? At this point, the city manager is not saying anyone was hurt. That is great news because so much damage in this area. But the Cocoa Beach mayor, his house was struck. We are heading over there right now. He told me his boat, it's in a position he's never seen it before. He doesn't know how he's going to move his boat. He doesn't know what that is going to be like, but he is so happy him and his family is safe. So a lot of cleanup underway here in Cocoa Beach, and really people just hoping they can move fast enough to get any of this debris out of the way before the eye does hit and before things will get worse. Guys, we'll send things back to you.
Wow, a lot to cover there in Cocoa Beach, and unfortunately, while people on this coast, some of them are moving out of the woods, we just know that in Central Florida and toward the East Coast, they still have many more hours ahead. So stay with us. Our coverage of Milton continues.
Short break. We'll be right back with much more. Thank you for staying with us. 1 a.m. now on this October 9th. We continue our extended coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Haley Hines. So let's look at some of the damage that we are seeing so far from Hurricane Milton. Here is that video from the trop. You might have seen that all over social media, where the wind just ripped through the roof of the Tropicana field, just waving that material in the wind. Another part in St. Pete, they got hit hard tonight. A crane collapsed in downtown St. Pete. You can see it falling over there. It fell into a building. And this next video is from West Chase, where a large tree fell on a car in an apartment building. Nash, I believe we're going to see a lot of this tonight, just with the ground so saturated.
And that's been the big story leading up to this. And unfortunately, the rain ahead of this system, remember, it was kind of front-loaded with rain on the northeast side of it before it made landfall. It didn't do us any favors. It saturated the already saturated ground that we had, and that's why we were forecasting that power outages would be so high, and we've certainly seen that even already tonight. And I think over the next few hours, those numbers are going to continue to rise.
All right, just kind of reset the situation for everyone. If you're just joining us, or if it's been, maybe you lost your power at some point and you're just rejoining us again. Hurricane Milton came ashore as a Category 3, strong Category 3, landfall Siesta Key. That was around, what, 9 p.m., somewhere in there?
I'd have to go check the exact time. Right around that time, though. A lot was happening at that moment.
There was a lot. And again, this was a hurricane that brought everything. It had the storm surge for those south of Siesta Key and then north, and one of those situations where we saw water leaving Tampa Bay, but tremendous rainfall. Just, you know, giant numbers, over a feet in a lot of places.
It was historic in every category. Yeah. You look at the tornadoes that we had up there, one of the busiest days in terms of tornado warnings we've ever had in the United States, and all from a tornado, all from a hurricane, something you wouldn't expect all these tornado warnings to be spawned from. But we've seen that in the past. Katrina produced so many tornadoes as it pushed on shore. We've seen other hurricanes do more of the same, so that aspect was remarkable. Then we talk about storm surge. We have yet to see what that looks like near and south of Siesta Key. We're going to have to wait until the sun comes up. More videos come out and we get those measurements there. On top of that, we have the winds. We talked about the extreme wind warning that we had over many of our counties. Another very rare event, which was that warning was issued for winds of 110 miles per hour, higher than that possibly. So all categories, a very rare event. And as you're seeing on the screen now, the storm has weakened to a Category 1 hurricane. 90-mile-per-hour winds. As of that 1 a.m. advisory, pressure continues to rise. We like that. Rising pressure means a weakening storm. Still forecast, though, to hold that Category 1 status as it pushes off the east side of the state. You're seeing Thursday at 8 a.m. there. Still hurricane warnings, of course, in effect on the east side of the state. That's that red stripe you see across the screen, and that's for a good reason. Those winds are strong in the front and back side of this system. And as we look at the past track, we had a little bit of a wobble here that brought this closer to Sarasota and then ultimately Siesta Key as this pushed on shore. Category 3 hurricane then maintained its Category 3 status fairly far inland, many miles inland before crossing into Manatee County there, crossing farther inland into Hardee County, and then taking a northeast jog into Polk County. For now, Category 1 storm, as I mentioned, and that's what we're expecting it to be moving forward from this point. Wind speeds around this still extending fairly far away from this system's center, across Polk County and more. Orange area here that's shaded for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And if you're tuning in from Polk County, Highlands County, maybe Sebring or Hardee County, and you're thinking those winds are awfully strong right now, they're going to stay strong until about 3, 4, 5 o'clock before this finally pushes off to the east side of our state. I paused the wind gust forecast here closer to 5 a.m. to kind of put this in perspective. 40 to 50-mile-an-hour gusts still in Bartow, 50 to 60 in Winter Haven. Could even be exceeding that mark depending on how strong this is and continues to hold together. But this does a good job of showing the idea here that by Thursday afternoon, 1 p.m., we start to drop those wind gusts. We see winds start to shift out of the north. Gusts across the region will be at about 20 to 30 miles per hour, and then they'll really start to drop as we get into Friday with wind gusts at 10 to 20 miles per hour. And that northward wind is actually going to pump in drier air into the forecast. I know Paul talked about that earlier, but what that's going to do for us is bring those dew points down quite a bit and make things feel more dry, pleasant, and keep really rain out of the forecast as we're trying to address anything that potentially was damaged with this storm moving through the weekend. So at least we have better weather to look forward to from here. Unfortunately, those power outages continue to rise. We looked at this map just a moment ago, and still I'm seeing these numbers climbing now in both Hillsborough and Pinellas County, with over 200,000 outages now being reported in Manatee and Sarasota County. Remember, those are individual outages and households, so more people could be impacted than just that number by that outage. So keep that in mind as you're looking at those numbers. Additionally, this is our primary concern. We still have those flash flood warnings in effect. These are emergencies for a good chunk of our viewing area here. St. Pete, Clearwater, Holiday, Zephyr Hills, Dade City, Davenport until the early hours of tomorrow morning, right around 4 a.m. That rain fell very quickly as this storm moved through in just a number of hours, with some spots seeing over 16 inches of confirmed rainfall. All of this mainly remaining on the north side of this storm. All that rain is being transported now to the inland counties of our viewing area, and then eventually off to the east coast as this pushes offshore. A Category 1 hurricane for now, but still heavy impacts with regards to rain. And something I want to reiterate. I know that this weakened substantially from a Category 5 hurricane to a 3 before it made landfall, but you can't get rid of the big wall of water that this had around its center that quickly. And for that reason, that's why we're still expecting the unfortunate truth that there's probably a lot of prolific storm surge here south of Siesta Key that we'll be kind of in tune more with as the sun rises and we can see the damage in that area. Sky Tower radar still showing the heaviest of the rain moving through and leaving Orlando as we speak, but there's a lot more rain to get through and even more moving into our neck of the woods here off the Gulf of Mexico. You see downtown Tampa there, those light greens turning to yellows with the rainfall rate starting to increase. Thankfully, you can expect your wind speeds to start to decrease from here onward if you live right along the coastline. Areas inland, you still have those strong gusty winds to contend with for another I won't want to say half hour, 2 to 3 hours or so. And your 7-day forecast shows the better weather that we have to look forward to through the weekend. We just got to get through tonight. Guys?
Better weather for a lot of cleanup, no doubt. We know that we have not seen the wrath of this storm. We won't see that until daylight, but we did get some stunning visuals at nighttime, and this is probably the one that's the most attention-grabbing. The video here of the roof of Tropicana Field just shredded and tattered by the strong wind that ripped through downtown St. Petersburg.
Yeah, you can actually see inside the stadium, the lights shining in there. The roof, though, almost completely gone. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank joins us in the newsroom. Evan, we're just starting to get a peek at how much damage there may be around our area.
Yeah, and this is certainly going to be at least the video that gets the most attention for now. So let's show it to you. It's extraordinary. The roof there of Tropicana Field totally failing in the face of those very, very high winds that were experienced in downtown St. Pete. You can see there that there are panels that make up that roof, and it appears that more than half of those panels have failed. You are looking directly in to Tropicana Field from the outside. Most importantly, I should have said this at the beginning, most importantly, we know that no one has been injured. The city of St. Pete says that everybody is accounted for. People with the Rays say everybody is accounted for, and it was not being used as a staging area in the moment for people who were responding to this storm. The pictures of the beds that were circulated on social media were basically going to be used for first responders before and after the storm. They were not taking shelter there during the storm. Thankfully, everybody is accounted for and safe after this really terrible failure, horrific failure of that roof. Thankfully, the most striking thing about it is the pictures and not the aftermath. I want to show this to you. This is from the Rays Media Guide. Tropicana Field features the world's largest cable-supported domed roof. It's made of 6 acres of translucent Teflon-coated fiberglass and supports itself with 180 miles of cables connected by struts. Opposing forces of tension and compression keep the roof in an arc. It is built to withstand winds of up to 115 miles per hour. So we know one of two things. We either know that it was not able to withstand wind of 115 miles per hour, or the gust of winds at Tropicana Field were higher than 115 miles an hour. Either way, the question does have to be asked, what is the future now of Tropicana Field? We know that there were 3 seasons left that the Rays were going to play there, 25, 26, and 27. And the question would be, can it be repaired? Can part of that roof be brought down and the stadium used otherwise? We just don't know that yet, Chris, and it's just an extraordinary and scary thing that we're seeing at a place that means so much to so many people.
Yeah, we know, and you've gone to many a ball game there, and that roof has been kind of sometimes one of the quirks of the Trop, I would say. Many people have joked about how it's the same color as a dirty baseball, so sometimes it gives the opposing outfielders trouble there when there's a high pop-up. But it's interesting the facts that you found from the media guide, from the Rays media guide there. Translucent, so panels of translucent fiberglass is what that roof is comprised of there. But when we see that video, it looks like tatters of a fabric that are still kind of flapping.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Teflon, and so, you know, obviously I'm not an expert in these materials, but you would imagine it's a very thick, strong Teflon. You know, you see it there. But, you know, that, you know, no matter how thick and how strong that Teflon is, look at the way it's flapping in the breeze like that and the wind like that. So, you know, clearly we are dealing with very powerful winds that can move that Teflon that has to be very, very heavy. I mean, you're talking about panels there that would weigh more than, you know, probably thousands of pounds. And then, you know, I'm just thinking out loud here, the cost of fixing something like that, you're looking probably at millions of dollars. The stadium has already a stated life of 3 years left. What is the future for the Rays at Tropicana Field right now? I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to talk with the team tomorrow. City officials haven't even been in there yet. There may be options with how the roof can either be fixed or how it can be brought down and played without a roof. I'm just thinking. But again, this is just a very, very striking moment in the history of the Rays and the history of the stadium. And again, play at the new stadium starts in 2028. They had 2025, 2026, 2027 to go. And what happens now? Obviously, you're looking at expensive fixes, if that's even possible.
The positive here, though, as you pointed out, is that the utility crews that were staging, that are staging there, that didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, and that's important here because, you know, this is why social media can be unhelpful. And, you know, there were pictures that were passed around the internet of all those beds being staged there. And it's true, the beds were there. The problem is they were not intended and were never going to be used as a shelter. The Rays, when we started asking questions to the Rays about those beds, the Rays very clearly said, we know it's not going to be safe during the storm. We are not using this as a shelter. It is a staging area for people, for responders before the storm and after the storm. It is not going to be used to house people during the storm. Thankfully, they were well aware of the limitations of that roof.
A night that Milton's winds tested that roof to its limits and tore it apart. Evan Axelbank live for us tonight. Thanks, Evan.
And we know of another major damage in another part of downtown St. Pete, and it's something that we worried about every time we've had a big storm come through, but hoped would never happen.
It's stunning, too. 2 weeks ago during Helene, viewers sent us videos of the construction cranes. There's so much development going on downtown, in downtown St. Pete right now. These cranes are...
There's nothing more powerful than you, making your thing happen, really going for it, doing business on your terms, giving it your all, making a difference, and loving what you do. Every single day, feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back, what would your thing be?
In the city, and it's actually going to be one of the largest on Florida's Gulf Coast at 515 feet high. Now, this is 47 stories here. Now, the mast, or the large arm, if you will, of the crane that's perched on top of the building, that gave way this evening. It's 105, 110 mile-an-hour winds, bringing it straight down a block to the south. That's a little bit of video courtesy of Tyler Crane. Yes, the irony is not lost on this. But this is the 400 Central Building construction site. The mast of the crane actually fell down on the building just to the south of it. That would be at 490 First Ave South. There it is right there. Now, if that building looks familiar to some of you, that is the building that houses the offices of the Tampa Bay Times. We're hearing tonight there are no injuries, thankfully. We believe the building was evacuated. There are at least 6 floors, though, with damage. You can see that goes all the way up to 6, even maybe the top floor, which would be 7 floors. We did a Zoom earlier live tonight around 10 o'clock with a witness who lives in a nearby building. Here's what she told me.
I'm on the south side of the building. So for me, my experience was just feeling a big shaking sensation. It was pretty scary and frightening. And then I immediately got a text from neighbors and friends that no one knew what happened.
Just a thunderous roar. Some people thought it was thunder, but they knew better because there wasn't a lot of lightning and thunder during this storm. The thunder was this crane coming downtown St. Pete. We're told city and construction company officials that were concerned about the crane beforehand. They were concerned about the winds, so they did evacuate the adjacent buildings nearby. That's the good news. So some preventive measures taken that likely saved some lives, perhaps. No injuries, quite a mess, and we expect daylight, of course, to bring much more damage. I'm not sure if we're going to see other cranes like this, but Chris, with those kinds of winds, winds, you can only imagine this just may scratch the surface.
Wow. Mark, thank you for that perspective. Really, again, we had the report earlier from the National Weather Service that there might be multiple cranes down in the city. So again, we will assess in the morning. All right, and another note here for anyone who's in St. Petersburg, the city has actually shut off water service citywide. They did that at midnight in response to a water main break.
Yeah, the city is issuing a boil water notice for all potable water used for drinking, cooking, and brushing teeth until further notice. The city says the shutdown is expected to last until the necessary repairs can be completed. And we are beginning to see some of the damage here in Tampa, right outside of our station, in fact.
Fox 13's Jennifer Viglas joins us live again outside there. Jennifer, what you got?
Yeah, so just for some context, our station is located along West Kennedy Boulevard. You've probably seen the very large 13 tower, but we're about a couple miles away from downtown. From what I'm hearing, we've received wind gusts in this area up to 100 miles. And just to illustrate that, you can kind of take a look at all the vegetation that's kind of fallen around our parking lot. But what the big story here is this massive tree that seems to have snapped and is now hanging over the second floor of our parking garage. Actually, one of our reporters, Jordan Bowen, was trying to leave and or pull his car into a safer location, and the tree was just surrounding his car. It just missed his car. And then up on our second story of our parking garage, there's about 6 inches of rainwater. So definitely goes to show that this area was receiving those bans. Also, during my live hits a little bit earlier, maybe a couple hours ago, we saw the lights flickering on and off. The power is out in this area right now. We're running on generator power, so that's why you can see those lights out in the distance. But we saw several transformer explosions, you know, those bright green flashes. So some scary moments there, but of course we are safe under this overhang right outside of our station. So again, this just goes to show how strong the winds were as the bulk of the storm was kind of passing through this area. Things have died down a little bit. The rainfall is a lot more steady, but not nearly what we saw a couple hours ago. Back to you guys.
Wow, yeah, and again, we know this is scratching just the surface here. We're going to see so much more in the morning when we have daylight hours. Jennifer, by the way, thank you for that report. We also tonight spoke with the Sarasota Police Chief about conditions in Sarasota County. The storm made landfall there earlier tonight.
Let's listen into what he had to say about conditions tonight in the county.
Yeah, the two just don't compare. I mean, this is a storm, like they said, of the century. This is essentially kind of like the perfect storm in a way, because we had so much rain with Debbie not too long ago. Then Helene comes in and pounds us with more rain. Our grounds are already saturated. And then you have a storm like this come with this type of magnitude where the soil can't hold the trees anymore. We already have buildings damaged. We have a ton of debris that's probably more likely flying throughout the city because we are still in recovery stage from Helene. Right now, we're housing about 300 people in our building, and I can tell you that the men and women are just so dedicated in the city, our public works people, our police department. And I just want to remind people out there, when you're engaging our officers or any police officers or sheriff's deputies out there, we've left our family to come here, and they're pretty stressed out. We're getting calls about the status of our families and our homes, but we have to remain here and we have to remain on the mission. So overall, morale is great. These are the type of people that signed up for this job, and they're just selfless people. They're amazing.
Rex Trost, Sarasota Police Chief. I think he has really good advice there, too, whether you're dealing with law enforcement or anybody. I think we all need to give each other a little bit of grace right now, that people are going through something that maybe they haven't experienced or experienced many times, but
this would
people
be
are stressed.
This would be a big deal, obviously, if it was a storm on its own. But, you know, just people barely made it through Helene, and then you throw this at it. It's almost off the charts. There's no really word for it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say double whammy, but that doesn't give it. I mean, it's almost like it's unfair that you would have to deal with that back to back.
Yeah, and there are signs, especially, and again, we don't know storm surge totals yet, but some areas that were hit very hard by Helene are just getting round 2 here. And you know, we would never say that we wanted a Helene to make people more vigilant and to make them heed evacuation orders. But that is one good thing you can say about this, is clearly with that being so recent, there are a lot of people who got out of harm's way, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and you know, I said this in a social media post earlier. I mean, I was hoping, this is like the one time I was hoping I would be more than happy to get the forecast completely wrong. Yeah. I mean, I take pride in your work to say it was accurate. I said, find a way that something's going to happen in the atmosphere that this is not going to play out, and it just couldn't make that work.
That track was really accurate too, by the way.
You know, the whole thing is like sometimes you try so hard to, you know, pinpoint it, and then you look back and you say, you know what, it was pretty much on the whole time. And actually, the very first track when Helene was the potential tropical cyclone was just about the same spot. The track forecasting is not perfect, but it's really good. And intensity forecasting still needs to be improved, but improvement tonight, but very slow. The common theme I'm hearing from people is, when is this going to stop? When is this going to stop? When is this going to stop? And it will, because the storm's heading to the East Coast, but it's just a process. The storm's very powerful.
And I think a lot of people, too, whether they evacuated just a little bit out of town or more inland, are eager to get home or nervous to get home to see what they're going to find at their house.
Exactly.
But, you know, we've got to wait.
There's no ring cameras at this point.
Right, power's out.
Kind of look around
Wi-Fi's out.
For the most part,
so
yeah.
Right. Got to wait for the morning light.
Yeah. Let's check it out. Let's take a look outside, where I was talking to Jim, and I said, Jimmy, that's really a pretty decent amount of power downtown. I mean, I think, you would say if there was some lights in the foreground, you would say it looks pretty typical, but what stands out is, you know, looking down, you know, you look east towards McDill, and then you look beyond that towards Azeel, and off in the distance would be UT. In the foreground, you know, typically it's all lit up because you got homes and street lights and whatnot, but around the city, maybe because a lot of the infrastructure is buried, perhaps. A lot of the power lines, there's no okay power. These are the wind gusts. Many spots over 100, and an important point to make is that there's a pretty good chance, in fact, an excellent chance, that the strongest winds didn't just happen to hit a random anemometer. I mean, the strongest winds could have been here at my finger point, or over here, or over here. So to think that one spot was the strongest wind is kind of ridiculous. So, you know, you maybe add 10% to some of these numbers. So there were probably in between here, 110, 120, then maybe near 100. The 93 gusts in Tampa is pretty rare. We've had so many storms in my time here in Tampa that it always seems like the peak is like 70 and 80, maybe 85. And we start getting in the 90, 95 range. That's a lot of wind, TPA, and the 102 in St. Pete is really strong. Down to a Cat 1 now on the 1 o'clock advisory. That's progress. And the storm's moving quickly. East-northeast at 16. Top winds are still 90. So now there's some big wind around the Orlando area, but a lot of strong winds on the backside of the storm due to some kind of the dynamics in the upper atmosphere that are kind of whipping down to the surface that are bringing strong winds with it. And then tomorrow the storm moves away. The good news is, if you have no power, most of us don't, is that you'll get a little break with some lower humidity. So it's never fun sleeping in a home when it's muggy outside, but at the very least, we'll get dew points in the 50s and 60s, make it a bit more tolerable. I wouldn't call it cool, highs in the 80s, but lower dew points certainly help. Most of the state, or Central Florida, has winds, you know, gusting over 60, but that will diminish tonight as the evening moves along. The wind gust forecast, 5 a.m., maybe a little bit high. You know, probably, these are wind gusts. These are not sustained. So wind gusts 30 to 40 still makes sense. Then as the day moves along, 20 to 30, and then by later on, the wind is not a factor at all. The rain is gradually diminishing. Here's a look at Sky Tower, but still a pretty pesky band of light to moderate rain continues around Tampa Bay, and then heavier rain still continue in Orlando. There was a big dry wedge here where there wasn't much rain at all, which really gave it the look of a true, like almost like a nor'easter, with the heavy rain on the north and west side and nothing on the south or southeast side except winds. We'll tally some rainfall numbers tomorrow, but in a lot of places it's going to be 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 2 feet of rain. And it's really along this line, along I-4. And I'd say the models are on that. We made a big case the past couple of days to play up the rainfall amounts. I think that verified for the most part. So weather is on the improve, but again, it's going to be a slow process. We're going to be on all night. I just saw Dave get up, who just woke up. He's in the weather office, and we'll continue our coverage. The word is improvement. But it's also slow improvement as we head to daybreak on Thursday. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paul.
Power outages are impacting thousands in the Bay Area tonight, hundreds of thousands, and we are seeing the numbers grow. In Manatee County, 180,000 are without power. In Sarasota, 239,000 homes and businesses in the dark. In Pinellas, this is incredible, 407,000 without power. That's about half the population of Pinellas in the dark. In Hillsborough, that number is at 433,000. A lot of people anxious to get the lights on, but we know crews are standing by, ready to go out once it's safe, but it could be a while.
Yeah, that is an incredible number, and you know, the TECO page, we may need to update that number for Hillsborough, because TECO, which covers all of Hillsborough County, and it does have some of Polk County too, but is well over 500,000 now, which is one fourth. Yeah, no, 1.5 million people in Hillsborough. So that's that's 500,000 people. So that's an incredible number there. That's 1/3. That's 1/3 of Hillsborough County without power. And we know that we have a lot of utility workers staging, ready to go into those hardest hit areas to get the power back on as soon as it's safe. And we spoke with Duke Energy about what they will do to get it on as quickly as possible.
Our original modeling showed it could be upwards of 1 million customers without service, again, across 35 counties. And it is really hard to tell at this point what the estimated time of restoration will be. Because the storm is going through now, by daybreak, we should be able to get out to begin our damage assessment, and we'll begin restoring as well where we can. So we will hit the ground running. Tomorrow will be a really critical day for damage assessment, and then we'll have a much better idea on the impact, the type of damage, infrastructure status, and of course that leads us to providing an estimated time of restoration. We have about 16,000 resources that will help to restore and rebuild after this hurricane. So the majority of those are line personnel, in addition to vegetation management crews, damage assessment, and many of those crews were staged prior to the storm. We'll have a second wave that comes in tomorrow, and even more additional crews on Friday, but we'll have a total of 16,000.
And we know it's always a welcome sight to see that power truck moving through your neighborhood. So they will be right to work as soon as it's safe to get out there. We're going to take a short break.
Yeah, we do have a statement from the Rays on the damage to the roof at the Trop. We'll have that for you in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back. Representatives with the Rays just got back to us about the damaged roof at Tropicana Field. They tell us 13 people were inside the stadium when the roof's panels came off, but again, thankfully, no one was hurt. And the beds that were in there, the ones Evan mentioned earlier, those were there to be used for first responders after the hurricane passed. So no one was in there at the time. It wasn't going to be used as a shelter for anyone. Rays officials say they knew the limitations of what the roof could handle.
And speaking of the limitations, Evan said they knew it could withstand 115 miles per hour. So we had some pretty significant wind gusts throughout the night. I believe St. Pete had over 100 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Yeah, 101.
So. And that's just where we have a device to read it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you go a few blocks away from there, and it could have been right up to that level. And, of course, remember, that's also at the surface. I mean, we're talking about a rather large building as well. So, it's up there a little bit. So, you know, it can easily be right at that 115 or maybe even a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and the heavy rains didn't do it any favors. The strong winds aloft got brought right down to the surface in spots that they might not normally reach in a strong thunderstorm, and that's why we had that extreme wind warning issued. I believe this all happened within that warning that was issued for Pinellas County at the time.
Yeah, I mean, we had that extreme wind warning for Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County, and I mean, that was when everything just really ramped up, and we were just, I mean, this building here was really starting to rock as well. And I'm sure a lot of people were experiencing the same thing for really a long period of time. I mean, this went on for a good couple of hours.
And to testament, that extreme wind warning, an incredibly rare warning the Weather Service reserves for major hurricanes typically making landfall. Last one that we saw, one of these warnings was issued for was Helene, but storms like Ian and a few others come to mind out of recent memory that these were used for ahead of time. Not often that we get within them, and not often that they're for such a large population center like St. Pete and Tampa.
Yeah, and I mean, things are winding down. I mean, this is a very powerful storm. If you can think all the way back to early yesterday morning, this was actually, this was a Category 5 at 6 o'clock Wednesday morning, and now here we are, 1:35 in the morning, and this is still winding down. This is still a Category 1. If you could take our output of our computer here, we can talk about some things here because downtown Tampa, still we're dealing with, if you take there you go. So you look over downtown and you notice you're seeing just a lot of these dark conditions. Oh, there you go. More of those power flashes. So,
and what you're seeing is some sort of utility pole or something being damaged there. Those bright power flashes indicating, unfortunately, what will likely lead to more power outages across the region.
Yeah, I mean, and just the number of power outages at this point, this is going to take time. This is not a day or two fix. This is going to really take quite a bit of time. Looking at some of the wind gusts that we've seen with this, 102 in Sarasota, 101 in St. Petersburg. Here in Tampa, to be talking about a 93-mile-an-hour wind gust, and then that extends over into Polk County, Lakeland, 76, and now you're seeing some of these winds starting to pick up over towards Melbourne as well. Orlando, 74 miles an hour as well. So this track continuing, it's 90 miles an hour right now, working its way across the state, still as it works its way into the Atlantic. We're talking about still a system here holding that Category 1 status. Look at the power outages right now.
I wanted to point this out. Hillsborough County almost had 500,000 power outages. This map continuing to update. That's about 100,000 higher than we were 45 minutes ago when I was up there running through this. 390,000 there in Pinellas County, and many additional people that are reliant on these individual power sources without power as well. So that number much higher, number of people impacted at each of these spots.
Yeah, and we continue to see things failing, and so we're more than likely going to see this number continue to tick up a little bit more before the crews actually are able to get out there. The winds are still, I think in many cases, just not safe enough for the crews to go out there. I mean, after all, I mean, it's all about safety first. and it's got to be safe for them. But you're looking at that backside, still looking at this rain across Pinellas County, western, northwestern Hillsborough, stretching all the way down into Sarasota County. Still have some pretty good rain in this. The most intense part of this really starting to collapse as you work your way over towards Orlando, now pushing off the East Coast over.
I love Roblox, but I don't have money to spend on Robux. Good thing I have Buff. With Buff, I can earn Robux by simply playing Roblox and many other games. How does it work? I open the Buff app before I start playing, and that's it. I earn Buff points by playing and exchange them for free Roblox gift cards. I can also complete daily tasks to gain more points. Spinning the wheel is my favorite. Come join the fun and download Buff now.
ZDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Don't miss out. ZDKeys.com. Pay less, game more.
We feel like we can breathe a little bit here because we're below 100. I mean, just what a storm this has been. And you're seeing that clearing line. It's right on the coastline. Still a few little sporadic showers will happen after that, but really the main bulk of that rain all along the coastline will continue to just clear out. And we still do have just, I mean, look at these rainfall numbers here. This is all radar estimated. We did have, would you say, Nash, 16, 18 inches rain?
At least 16 inches in St. Pete, and that's from the National Weather Service. So radar estimated numbers here very high, confirmed numbers even higher, if you can believe it. Usually it works the other way around, Jim.
Yeah.
This is staggering.
Yeah, normally the radar is overestimating this point. The radar is underestimating this. So things are going to be winding down as we go through the next several hours here. And then as the sun comes up, I think we're going to really start to get that true idea of the extent of the damage, and I think we're going to be shocked. We're going to be shocked at how much this is.
So for now, the heaviest of that rain over Orlando and kind of moving off to the northeast. Jim and I are going to continue to watch this and bring you new updates. Winds should be dying down toward the coastline, but inland zones, you've got a few more hours.
Yeah.
Jim, Nash, thank you. And back in Pinellas County, we have seen a lot of damage across the county, and thousands are in the dark.
Yeah, we just heard Nash give us those power outage numbers. 390,000 without power in Pinellas right now. But it sounds like we also have some breaking news going on there. Let's get straight to Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo at the Pinellas County Emergency Operations Center. What are you hearing, Brianna, there?
Yeah, so Chris and Haley, I can tell you that we just found out that HCA Florida Largo Hospital, also known as Largo Medical Center, has evacuated. They're currently evacuating right now due to flooding down in the basement. And so this impacts about 230 patients there at that hospital. And Pinellas County Emergency Pinellas Safety and Emergency Services, rather, that's the proper name for this service. They are coordinating this evacuation plan right now to get everyone to higher ground into a safe space. Now, of course, all of this information we are getting here right where everything is happening. We've got plenty of first responder agencies who are here kind of monitoring different conditions and different situations all across the county tonight. They've been monitoring flooding concerns as well. They're going to be going out to some low-lying areas as soon as, daybreak hits and it gets to be a little bit safer to be outside. They're going to be also doing some damage assessments as the rain starts to clear out, and they can kind of look at the roads, see, what's damaged, what is not damaged. We're already hearing reports from the city of St. Pete about water service interruptions with drinking water being impacted. So, these are the types of things that they're going to be monitoring throughout the night here. They're also been answering hundreds of 911 calls. None of them, as far as from what we understand, have been emergency related in terms of immediate. However, we are being told that they've been having different calls related to wind, trees being down, power lines being down. So those are just all the things that they're kind of monitoring here again for as soon as things start to clear up and be a little bit safer for folks to start to kind of be out there, out and about, and start kind of looking at that any rescues that maybe potentially need to happen, or even, you know, just the recovery efforts as we go into the later hours and early hours in the morning. Back to you.
Brianna Redondo reporting tonight at the Pinellas Emergency Operations Center. Brianna, thank you. We have brand new video now of two big trees down along West Kennedy Boulevard. This is near the University of Tampa. We're just starting to get a look at some of the damage around the Bay Area, but with the ground so saturated even before Milton got here, I have to think we're going to be seeing a lot of this around the area.
Yeah, that's why people don't need to be driving around at this hour, because there's stuff down everywhere.
Yeah, you don't know what's in the road. Rain is starting to taper off, though, in Tampa after hours of it.
Yeah, you know, the big concern before this hurricane made landfall was the storm surge. Who was going to get it, especially after Helene? And we saw in Tampa, around South Tampa, we had 6 to 7 feet of storm surge, caused a lot of problems, but that wasn't the case with this storm because Tampa was on the north side of it. So Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell is along Bayshore Boulevard, where the storm actually pushed the water out of Hillsborough Bay.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell on the Bayshore right now, here just outside of Tampa General, and there was concerns about flooding on Bayshore, but it's just the opposite here because the water has been sucked right back out of Hillsborough Bay here due to the storm and the way it approached the Bay Area and coming up basically the east side of Tampa. So the winds basically wrapped around, and as Paul Delgado has kind of explained, it just pulled everything out, and you can see it is barren rock down there and sand. Something we've seen before in the past with some storms, but the good news is that Bayshore remained intact, not flooded, except for maybe a few pockets of some puddles here and there. Electricity, for the most part, is still on in the area, including Tampa General. Obviously, they're on a generator if they need to be, but it looks like the electricity has not gone out here. Winds are still pretty high, still raining pretty heavily, and I think it's going to be like this for the next couple hours. In Tampa, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 News.
Kevin, thanks. A video from surveillance camera in Polk County near Lake Hamilton. You can check it out, see the winds picking up there, the rain, palm trees shaking out there in the wind. Yeah, they're getting a lot of it right now. Brand new video showing massive flooding through a neighborhood in Lakeland. If that video comes up, we're told that the street there looks like a river. There we have it there. Yeah, you can see it's not just puddling up there, it's actually flowing along that street in Lakeland. The Polk County Sheriff just released a list of roads impacted by flooding and down power lines. Some of them include Comby Road and Idlewild Street in Lakeland, Highway 640 at the Peace River Bridge, and Highway 17 in Bartow, Chestnut Road North and Cochran Street in Lakeland. Power lines are down along Cherry Lane and Dunn Road. If you have to be out, please go slowly, but you are asked to stay inside, and hopefully the last couple videos that you've seen are enough to, if you don't need to go out, stay inside and wait until the sun comes up to make sure you're safe. A brand new video out of Clearwater showing high water at this building. It's along Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and Palmetto Streets. The water getting higher up to the tires and some of the buildings there.
You know, people are going to be so eager in the morning to get out and see the damage, but we've heard many of our emergency officials say, wait, you know, be careful with that. You know, there are power lines down. If there's standing water, you don't know what's in it. So and many times after hurricanes, many of the, I hate to get grim here, but the fatalities do occur after the storm.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, the cleanup process can be just as dangerous of a process. So you want to wait to make sure that officials say areas are safe. If you're not sure, you see any power lines, you never approach them. You go ahead and you call the authorities and let them know about that, because they know about a lot of them, but they don't know about necessarily all of them.
You've been here a long time. Do you recall a storm where we had 500,000 outages just in Hillsborough County?
No.
Yeah,
no,
and the population has obviously grown too.
Yeah. I mean, and you're looking, it's county after county with this. Yeah. And I mean, and this right on the heels of after we just went through all this, everybody just got their power back, and here we are again. And I mean, you know, the power companies, they do a great job, but you also worry at some point. I mean, do they have enough parts to get this all back up?
Yeah, a lot of infrastructure probably damaged with this one. We've seen a lot of videos of transformers.
Another important thing to mention with the storm surge, with all the inland flooding that we've seen, staying out of that flood water, incredibly dangerous to be out there unless you absolutely have to because of the bacteria, the sewage, all the different things that get up in there. You don't want to be walking through there if you don't absolutely have to for your safety.
Good point.
It's always disturbing when you see these people just playing in the water and running around.
It's not normal water like you would just play in.
No, it's not. So let's try to stay out of that. Don't be creating videos tomorrow for us to use as a warning the next time this happens. All right, so what's the story with the storm right now? You know, clearly we're thankful that it's down to a 1, but it's still kicking up some wind.
Yeah, story of the storm right now, weakening as you said, but still hurricane force winds being brought to our inland counties. It's going to be the case for another few hours. Those winds will eventually ease off. We've seen them taper off here along the coastline, thankfully, after the strong 100+ mile-per-hour gust we had all up and down the coast. As they taper off along the coast, so goes inland, and then eventually the east coast into tomorrow morning. We think that the center of this storm is going to leave the east side of our state as we get to around sunrise tomorrow.
About what point, you know, we had those massive wind gusts, Tampa, St. Pete, all in the coastal area. At what point will those gusts not fully taper off? I mean, they're still pretty strong right now, but when can we expect things to kind of go back to normal wind-wise?
Yeah, and Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but heading into tomorrow afternoon, things should be much better in terms of wind gusts here locally. We're talking 30-mile-an-hour gusts or less. Something more doable.
Once we're into midday, heading into the afternoon, I mean, we're going to be fine. I mean, it's going to be weird because the sun's going to come out. It's going to be a little bit cooler over the next few days, and as we head into the weekend, we actually are cooling things down. We're getting rid of a lot of the humidity, and so that's the thing. If we didn't have this storm, we would have been really highlighting a cold front working its way in our direction and some nice weather heading our way for the weekend. So
yeah, it's terrible that we had to go through this to get to some lower humidity in the area here, but if anything, maybe it makes it a little easier to start cleaning up out there.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need, with so many people out of power, anything we can do to make it a little bit more bearable, because this time around, I hope I'm wrong, but, I think it's going to take a little longer to get the power back on, just because of the widespread outages that we have right now. The sheer numbers, it takes more time.
And on the topic of the video you showed earlier out of Lakeland, the river, it looked like, in the middle of the neighborhood. A reminder that Lakeland and areas north and east of the original flood emergency that was issued, that emergency continues until 4 a.m. tonight. And just keep that in mind. They're still experiencing some pretty substantial rainfall there. The heaviest on the east side of the state, but still heavy rainfall there as well.
Okay. Nash, Jim, we thank you. Are you guys signing? Are you about to hand it off to Dave?
Dave and Valerie will be picking up.
Well, we can't thank you. You guys are incredible. I know you don't do this for the praise, but just incredible, and thank you for everything.
We rely on you through all of this, and you carry us through.
Let's try not to have to do this again.
Please.
Yeah. Hopefully not in 2 weeks again. Maybe about 10 years. We'll be good there.
Thank you.
Actually,
thank you guys.
Well, let's not again.
Never again. All right. I think you said it best there. We're seeing more reports of some of the damage in Manatee County now.
Yeah, that is where we find Fox 13's Evan Moon, who is live in Ellenton. Evan, what kind of damage are you seeing there outside your hotel?
Hi, guys. That's exactly what we're assessing now. In the previous hours that we guys have talked to you, there's been a ton of wind. We haven't really been able to get too far from our hotel for fears of the wind, but now we are seeing some of the damage just around the perimeter here of the hotel. I'm going to have Scott show some of it to you now. I mean, there's branches around. As he walks down the sidewalk here, he'll show you a whole palm tree came down at the end of the sidewalk, and this is concerning to the people who have been here, obviously. They came here to evacuate. They came here to stay safe, but now they're waiting till the sun comes up so that they can assess what happened to their homes. We actually spoke to residents here today who live just a mile or two down the road at a mobile home park, and they were really, really worried about what had happened to their place. This is sound from them earlier as they waited out the storm.
We started playing cards to pass the time away. Just having fun, just talking. Just
making the best of it.
Making the best of everything here and enjoying the time together and hoping that we get through this okay.
I can't take it.
I can't either.
Anxiety.
I have some anxiety too because right now we have no power in our community.
Like here.
you know, and just praying that everything's good over there.
Now, we do have an update after speaking with those women just in the last hour. They get a call from a neighbor that one of their roofs had blown off their home. The other home had severe damage. That's just a little bit of what we'll be seeing, and we'll be here out in Manatee County talking to them tomorrow, as well as so many others who probably have damage. It's going to be really sad. We'll have more reports of that tomorrow, obviously, guys.
I'm so sorry to hear that. All right. Evan Moon reporting tonight in Ellenton. Evan, thank you. The storm is now moving towards Central Florida, but the threats from the storm have impacted that area all day.
Now, Fox's Esther Bauer is in Cocoa Beach, where tornadoes tore apart some of the community there.
We just talked to the mayor of Cocoa Beach, who tells me he had his home. He was inside when a tornado went near his home. We're going to take you there next. But right now, we actually found the Wells Fargo bank that had its roof completely ripped off by a tornado that touched down in Cocoa Beach. I know it is dark out, so I'm going to describe to you what I can see from my perspective. Just a huge gaping hole just past the Wells Fargo sign. Pieces of wood sticking out where part of that roof was torn off by a tornado. I want you to take a good look at this gentleman right over here. This is a volunteer, and we have been watching him move so quickly, picking up whatever debris he can find from this roof and getting it into this garbage can. You guys were just talking about, we're expecting those winds to pick up. He was concerned about a rain band coming through, so he is out here completely on his own, trying to get whatever he can, whether that's wood, the gutters, anything that's come off from this roof, taking it from the asphalt where it is and getting it into the dumpster. If you guys can walk with me. Oh, we're just stepping in some water. Got to be careful. Speaking of water, I want to discuss, we are smelling kind of just a bad smell of water in the area right now. Do we know if that's sewer water? Do we know if that's storm water? I'm not sure, but there is a strong odor just really taking place in this specific area. Tons of standing water. We mentioned the Wells Fargo lost its roof. It's right over here. This is the roof that was ripped off the bank. You can see the shingles. We have to be very careful because that gentleman, you saw the volunteer, he's been stopping drivers because nails, they're scattered everywhere. So we are going to be very careful where we walk. We did just have some police officers arrive here on scene, but right over here, I'm not sure if our cameras can pick it up. You can see the medical group sign. This is a urgent care. Maybe we got power back on just right now. If you see this street light came back on, that would be amazing. It would help us a lot. You can get a better look at the damage. I'm going to try to step back, see if you can see this roof. You can see this tarp. This is all part of that roof that, like we said, if we just flip around, it came over from this Wells Fargo bank when a fast-moving tornado ripped through Cocoa Beach. Again, you can see that volunteer just grabbing whatever he can in his hands. He doesn't want to see any of this debris get picked up when the winds get even stronger and send that into someone else's home. I mean, the debris and the damage, the devastation on this specific street just off of A1A, it is shocking. Now that we're getting some lights on, that is good. We can really see it. And I started off speaking about the mayor of Cocoa Beach. I just got off the phone with him. We're going to head over to his house right now. I mean, he's surveying damage. He had some trees come down. He told me on the phone he was watching the winds and he just watched them pick up and get so fast, and he told his family, this is a tornado, get inside. So he immediately shut all their doors and tried to get them to their safe room. He tells me at this time none of his family was hurt. We also spoke with the city manager. If you're curious, were any other Cocoa Beach residents hurt? At this point, the city manager is not saying anyone was hurt. That is great news because so much damage in this area. But the Cocoa Beach mayor, his house was struck. We are heading over there right now. He told me his boat, it's in a position he's never seen it before. He doesn't know how he's going to move his boat. He doesn't know what that is going to be like, but he is so happy him and his family is safe. So a lot of cleanup underway here in Cocoa Beach, and really people just hoping they can move fast enough to get any of this debris out of the way before the eye does hit and before things will get worse. Guys, we'll send things back to you.
That is Esther Bauer reporting there in Cocoa Beach. All right, even though it's almost 2 a.m., there are still reports of damage and new video of the storm's power coming in.
And we will continue our coverage here on air and online at fox13news.com. The news continues at 2 a.m. right after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. 2 o'clock on this Thursday morning. I'm Walter Allen.
And I'm Jen Epstein. Milton made landfall earlier near Siesta Key, and we're getting our first look at some of the damage caused by the storm. In St. Pete, can you believe it? The roof at the Trop has been severely damaged. Wow. Milton's winds just ripped part of it right off.
Ooh. Look at that. Have we ever seen that before?
I don't believe so, no.
And not that much further down the road from Tropicana Field in downtown St. Pete, a construction crane collapse. This is due to the high winds. This is something we talked about yesterday in depth heading into this, and unfortunately, our prediction came true. The warnings that were sent out. Let's get over to Dave Osterberg with the very, very latest on Milton. Where do we stand now?
Oh, you wanted me over there? Okay, well, I'm standing here next to the anchors. I just wanted some companion time over here. So listen, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Before we get into what's happening now, I do want to mention this. This came down about 20 minutes ago. There's a report of significant flash flooding in St. Pete and Clearwater, especially Alligator Creek and Drew Street. There have been 911 calls of people in waist-deep water in that particular spot. And what I don't think people understand right now is there's nobody on the roads, there's nobody out. We don't know, to be honest with you, what has happened in some of these spots, especially these barrier islands. There's nobody there, so until the sun comes up, we just have to kind of hold our breath and wait. But we are beginning to get reports now of some of that flooding. Now, the storm itself is over toward the East Coast. Weaker, it's a Category 1 storm now. It did make landfall last night around 8:30, 8:40.
Every student starts at this moment, day one of your Purdue education.
You have to promise me that if I get the chance to go, that you're coming with me.
We are go for launch.
Ready to change history.
Spoilers to Mars.
Every morning in hardworking America, Hardee's biscuit makers rise to bake our original made-from-scratch biscuits. Famous since 1977 and still the greatest goodness around. Find the best deals on the Hardee's app.
I think that's our problem. You were talking about that Tropicana Field and the crane, right? Those wind gusts were 101 miles per hour in St. Petersburg, 102 in Sarasota, which makes sense because they were obviously closer to where the center came on shore. These numbers will update, by the way. If they've missed a wind gust, they'll update. You got 93, the wind gust in Tampa. And if that's true, that's probably the highest wind gust that I've seen in at least 20 years here. So, I mean, we just don't know. We know there's a ton of power out. We just don't know what kind of damage has been done. These are your current wind gusts. So what it's gusting to right now, a 48 in Tampa, 49 in St. Petersburg, up around the Leesburg area. Winds are still gusting around 60 miles per hour. Big circulation, so over toward Vera, they're also gusting into the 60s. There are no hurricane-force wind gusts around here anymore. Those are done. The heaviest of the rain is done. Whatever the storm surge did is done. As this weather event slowly begins to wane, the problem is people are going to want to get out and about when that sun comes up. And just let the emergency officials get an idea of what's happened before we start venturing out. Not that anyone's going to go out at 2 o'clock in the morning, but when that sun does come up a little past 7, look at the track. That's the actual track that it took. That's about as close as you can come to having a major hurricane make landfall in Tampa Bay without making landfall in Tampa Bay. I hate to say it that way, but it is. And now it continues to push its way across the state, and it should be out of here soon enough. And notice those tropical storm force winds, they're going to hang around for a while this morning. They are. And then they'll probably subside as we get into the afternoon and evening hours. So a few more hours of wind. The rain is about done. And now we're putting together a 7-day forecast. We can kind of look forward to what's going to happen this weekend. I think that drier air is going to come in. It's going to feel a little bit nicer for the cleanup. But still just a few more hours before we're completely out of this weather-related. And I know that all these reports are going to keep coming in, and we're going to have like notes and notes and notes and notes, and that's what it is. And it's just now we're just information givers. Now, you know, we're just kind of like, hey, stay away from this, do this, and we'll be doing that for the next several hours. But weather event is just about finished. The rain will be over in a few hours, and then the winds will subside.
And we'll wait for daylight and see what it looks like out there.
That's all we can do is just kind of wait to see what's... the worst thing you can do, though, is get on the road.
Yes.
So, and I know it's only 2 o'clock. It's not like people are like, let's get on the road.
Well,
but as we get closer to sunrise, people are going to start to do that.
Be
and I want you folks to understand that we don't know everything that's happened right now.
Let
but
us do the work for you.
Let us do the work. You kick back for the few of you that do have power.
Yeah.
That's true, too. So, okay, I'll have more in just a few minutes, okay?
All right, Dave. Thank you. And as we mentioned, Hurricane Milton roared ashore near Siesta Key in Sarasota County.
Fox 13's Matthew McClellan is joining us live in Sarasota. Matt, I'm looking at FPL's outage map. If I'm doing the math correctly, at about 245,000 customers, 299 total in the county, 245,000 are without power. So that's more than 80% that don't have power right now.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Walter, because what we're seeing about 5 miles inland from where Hurricane Milton made landfall, we're in sort of South Sarasota, just up I-75. It is pitch black. You do see, I'm looking at some headlights coming through. Somebody's out driving. You shouldn't be doing that. But I see there's one traffic light and then like a little more light over this way. But it's mostly just pitch black, yes, because of the power outages that you're reporting on there. And I also wanted to go back to Dave's point about not getting out and checking out the roads right now. It's not going to be the time for that for quite some time. I'll tell you, we got out of our hotel, drove about a quarter mile very, very slowly. There's a lot of obstructions. There's a lot of debris lying in the roadway. We got a driver coming this way, so I'm always keeping an eye on the periphery here. But we saw a lot of debris blocking the roadway. We had to go very carefully. It's large limbs. It is things just not where they're supposed to be. Bent signs here and there, and of course, then you have something like this. This is somebody's carport. The location where you're coming to us. This is we're near a mobile home community called Windward Isles, and we did drive through there. And it's not surprising, but it is just your heart sinks and your stomach drops when you see not just carports removed from people's homes, but entire roofs in some cases lifted up off of these mobile homes. So we will be bringing you a closer look at Windward Isles, that mobile home community, in just a minute as this rain comes down. But you really do always get a sense of why in these hurricanes it is the mobile home communities, along with levels A and B and C in the case of Sarasota County, that are evacuated, all mobile homes countywide, because you get debris is not even the word, destruction, like what we're seeing here. So as we sort of take you inside that Windward Isles mobile home community, you'll get a better kind of picture of what we're talking about. And then we plan to move toward the Sarasota Bay, take a look at what we can find as safely as possible. So we haven't seen much, we haven't gone far, but what we have seen is striking, Walter.
Yeah, that
I'll add here before I let you go. I know that the mayor of Sarasota, I apologize, the mayor of Sarasota, Liz Alpert, took a call from the president of the United States last night saying that the president has offered federal assistance to this community, and from the looks of it here, it's going to be badly needed, along with likely state and any other resources that can be sent this way.
That's one of those situations where we kind of dread the sun coming up, because then we're going to get a full scope of just how bad it is. Matt McClellan, live for us in Sarasota. We'll talk to you later on. Thanks.
And we know Pinellas County got extremely high winds from Hurricane Milton. We're already seeing some of the significant damage as a result.
Let's check in with Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez. Pinellas hit pretty hard, Regina.
Yeah, that's right. And like you just said, Walter, when the sun comes up is really when we are going to get the scope of just how bad it is. But I did just speak to the communications director for Pinellas County, so we've got some updates coming in the last hour or so. We could tell you that right now, the Emergency Operations Center where we're at right now, they are coordinating an evacuation plan for HCA Florida Largo Hospital because they're experiencing flooding in the basement as we speak. We know this affects about 230 patients. Now, for the last couple of hours, it really hasn't been safe for first responders to get out there, but we know that they are actively going to go and help those folks. After midnight, this is the last number we have, they had clocked 2,000 911 calls coming into this building. They said a majority of the calls were for flooding, fire alarms, structure fires, transformer fires, and structural several collapses. Now, I know the big stories that we have also been talking out of Pinellas County bring us to St. Pete, where the roof of Tropicana Field was severely damaged and basically blown off. The good news to report, though, that we have found out since is that no one was hurt. 13 people were inside, and they are accounted for. The workers had left before the storm, and the Rays knew it would be unsafe during the storm. You may have seen those pictures of those beds floating around on social media. That was really kind of misleading, I guess. They were not being used to shelter people during the storm, the trop. It did take a long time for first responders to get there because it wasn't safe to travel. And I know we've been showing you some of that shocking video of the roof actively blowing off, of witness taking the video. It was mind-blowing, truly mind-blowing. We're going to try to get out there as soon as daylight hits. But another video coming into our newsroom also shows another shocking situation. We're following a construction crane in downtown St. Petersburg tumbling down as Hurricane Milton lashed through the city. You can see the crane on the ground surrounded by debris after it plummeted at 400 Central Avenue. That's the address. The city says thankfully nobody was injured in that collapse. Now, as far as power outages go, the public information officer here did confirm that right now over 70% of Pinellas County's population is without power. The latest assessments as far as conditions, still pretty rough out there. Conditions still very serious. There are multiple reports of down power lines and, of course, flooding. I know Dave just pinpointed some areas in Clearwater and St. Pete, so we're going to try to get more information on that as well. We'll send it back to you.
You know, it's one of those things, those construction cranes, it's not like you can assemble them and disassemble them in the drop of a hat. So you just kind of roll the dice and just hope nothing bad happens. But unfortunately, it did in this case.
Yeah, that's what they said. We found that out yesterday, that normally crews go out a week before, they try to secure it, but there just wasn't enough time before Milton. So I remember saying yesterday that the mayor warned, hey, if you're living around those buildings and you planned on hunkering down, you may want to move because this is a possibility of this collapsing, and it looks like one did.
Yeah, that's for sure. Dave reported that highest gust in St. Pete was 101 miles per hour, so it's no surprise that one of them came down. Regina Gonzalez, we'll check back in with you throughout the morning, okay?
All right, talk to you guys later.
All right, here's a view of southern Pinellas County. This is a traffic camera from 54th Avenue South at Pinellas Bayway. It's not far from St. Pete Beach. Look at this. Oh. So happy that I'm not seeing anybody in this camera. Look how bad the wind is. Ferocious wind just blowing, whipping around there. Wow.
And more video just like that from downtown St. Pete. This is what they mean when they say extreme wind warning. You can see the gusts swirl the rain on the street. Even the traffic poles on the left, the beams are bouncing in the wind. Garbage cans knocked over, tree debris flying down the street. We want to thank Greg Thompson for sending us this video from inside. Very smart.
This is brand new video from downtown St. Pete along MLK Street North. The trees whipping around, bending, not breaking, which is the good news. But the rain coming down pretty hard in this video. All right, let's check in with Kelly Count. We haven't talked to her yet.
Yeah, she's in Tampa. She's right outside our station on Kennedy Boulevard. And we're talking about power outages. Tico reporting, almost 600,000 outages in our area alone.
That's right. And, you know, be lucky if you have power right now. We lost ours pretty early on last night at my home, and I know a lot of people are kind of in the same boat here. But trees down all across the area, branches taking out those power lines very easily. Even right here on Palm Court here at our studios, we can see that one tree came down just out here. We have another that's on part of our parking garage right now. So there are trees down throughout the area, and it could be some time before roads become passable again because of this. You know, anytime you get these all this rain and then add to that these ferocious winds that we've had with this storm overnight, it is a recipe for disaster when it comes to bringing down the trees. We've seen in parts of Tampa and Hillsborough County, elsewhere, trees down in other places. Brand new video of big trees down along West Kennedy Boulevard. This is near the University of Tampa. So we're starting to get a look at some of the damage that is out out there around town. But again, it is not advised that anybody get on the road right now because there could be a lot more of this. There likely is. And you just don't want to come up on this accidentally and cause an accident, cause an emergency situation. Also in West Chase, powerful winds, they swept across the county and took down trees there as well. So the storm knocked down trees and even lifted up parts of the sidewalk there. So I expect to see a lot of this throughout not only Hillsborough County, but the Bay Area in its entirety. There are likely a lot of hazards out there on the roadways. So again, please heed the warnings of officials. When it comes time to get out, again, they're going to let us know when it's actually safe to be out there. But right now is definitely not that time.
All right, yeah, as Dave mentioned, we'll just wait till daylight hits and we'll see what it looks like around town. But we're glad you're close by and you're safe, and we'll talk to you in just a little bit.
Manatee County, more than 200,000 residents are without power. Here's a video from one of our viewers. That eerie glow of a transformer blowing. This is in Bradenton. Oh, wow. This explosion sending sparks flying across neighborhoods. This is one of the most the eeriest things that I believe in a storm like this. It's just those transformers blowing that weird greenish blue glow.
And another reason just to stay inside.
Yeah.
Don't let curiosity get you in trouble in times like this.
Unlike what we're seeing in Sarasota County with Matt. Okay, so we're going to have much more on Hurricane Milton coming up after the break. Yeah,
stay with us. We'll be back.
This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a good time to download the Fox Local app for your phone. If you lose power and can't watch us on TV, you can still stay up to date by watching Fox 13 Live on your phone. Download the Fox Local app for iPhone or Android right now. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. Download the Fox Local app for your streaming TV. It lets you watch Fox 13 Live, plus get other features and stories to watch on demand. The Fox Local app. Download it now on your streaming TV. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a good time to download the Fox Local app for your phone. If you lose power and can't watch us on TV, you can still stay up to date by watching Fox 13 Live on your phone. Download the Fox Local app for iPhone or Android right now. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. Download the Fox Local app for your streaming TV. It lets you watch Fox 13 Live, plus get other features and stories to watch on demand. The Fox Local app. Download it now on your streaming TV. This is...
All right, welcome back, everybody. 2:18 the time, and this is what Genevieve Curtis and her photographer Travis Anthony were seeing in Clearwater early last night. The street lights were still on, but you can see the glare from the street light, just how hard the wind and rain is blowing there. 382,000 customers, according to Duke Energy, are without customers, so that's close to 70% that do not have power right now.
And take a look at this video from our very own Dr. Barbecue in St. Petersburg. The wind whipping. I mean, it was hard to fall asleep last night. You could just hear it. Wasn't sure which way it was going. Heavy rain also coming down. There's some debris in the road. And, of course, the transformers are flashing in the background. So eerie to see.
Here's more video as Milton rolled into the Bay Area. This is from our Plymouth Harbor camera in downtown Sarasota overlooking the Sarasota skyline.
Oh, look at that.
In the distance, you can see transformers exploding there. Oh, wow.
Lights up the sky.
You came over with a bit of information.
Oh, this is
really they have been on it all year.
So the Hurricane Center, when they first put out their first advisory on Milton, Saturday, like last Saturday or something, where it made landfall is only 12 miles from that first advisory forecast.
Wow.
12 miles.
12 miles.
12 miles. That's how accurate this has been. And I hope, and because of that, we had hopefully this successful evacuation and people got out. Listen, folks, we have no idea what's happening outside right now. I can tell you numbers-wise what's happening, but we don't know the kind of damage yet. Nobody's on the road. Everybody's inside. Stay that way. We're going to do all this for you. Emergency officials are going to do all this for you. But I got to talk about these two things, and these are flash flood emergencies, which are continuing. We've got one, actually the one in the Pinellas County area, I do believe expires soon. But when you get 1 foot to 1.5 feet of rain, there's just nowhere for this to go. And it's likely that most of the flooding that we're getting around here is freshwater flooding. It's not storm surge flooding per se. Storm surge was further south. Again, we don't know the exact numbers yet. You've got to understand those barrier islands were completely evacuated. There was nobody on them, including emergency officials. So at first light is when we're going to finally get an idea to see what's going on. But look at some of these rainfall totals around Hillsborough County as well. I mean, and into Pasco County, and you're seeing about 15 inches of rain in Lutz. There's flooding. There's flooding everywhere. Folks have to understand that. This is a flash flood emergency until 4 o'clock this morning. Now, as I tell you that, I can tell you that the heaviest of the rains are gone, and it's going to slowly subside as we move forward through the morning. But those are some incredible rainfall amounts. And if you remember, kind of talking about this yesterday, it was like wherever the storm makes landfall, to the south will be your largest storm surge. To the north will be the highest rainfall amounts, and there it is. So it all worked out as forecasted. We had hoped it didn't, but it did. So these are your numbers. And Jen and Walter, if you guys ever need to see this map, I got this for you too, because this gives you an idea of the power outages. Roughly 500,000 folks in Hillsborough County without power right now. You go to Pinellas County, 380,000, Polk County, 170,000, and so on and so on. Of course, closer to where the center of the storm was, you get into Manatee County, 220,000 without power. Bring that to 240,000 without power in Sarasota. There could be more power outages as well. You guys got to understand the wind's not completely finished yet. We still have winds that are gusting to about 49 miles per hour in St. Pete, 39 in Brandon, 48 in Tampa. So the winds are still kind of dangerous out there. And by 8, maybe 9 o'clock this morning, we'll knock those winds back down again, okay? And that's going to help a little bit. And then later this afternoon is when the winds will really start to subside. This was the track. This was the past track that we had. And you know how we talk about these little wobbles and these little turns? You can see them just in the track. See up and down and up and down. And that's what they do. And every time there's a wobble, everyone goes, oh no, you know? And it eventually just kind of gets back on path. It's just how these storms work. There's the mouth of Tampa Bay. If this storm had come 20, 30 miles north, we'd have a whole different storm surge problem this morning. Again, we don't know what it's like in Charlotte Harbor. We don't know just south of landfall right now because, again, those barrier islands are empty. And I'm hoping the storm surge wasn't that bad. We just don't know. But it's 2:30. In a few hours, we will. And, of course, the second we know, we will pass that along to you folks. And there's probably a lot of folks that evacuated right now that are watching. They're saying, Dave, I need to know about my house. Sun, we got to wait for the sun to come up. We got a few more hours to wait until the sun comes up. 90-mile-per-hour winds. It's 30 miles south of Orlando. This is as of 2 o'clock this morning, and at this point, they'll keep giving these hourly updates. But it's getting ready to push back off over the East Coast. And when that happens, there goes the hurricane warnings, and the tropical storm warnings eventually will fall as well. And the weather event or the weather aspect of this is just about done. Just a few more hours to hang in there, folks, and then things will get better. In fact, now we're gotten to the point we can talk about a 7-day forecast. What do you think about that? Let me show you something, okay? So we're still a little windy today. Jen, Walter, look at these low temperatures in the 60s. So we're gonna get a little dry air coming in behind this. Now, typically behind hurricanes, it's always hot and steamy and sweaty, right? Not the case this time. And the weekend does look pretty nice as we get back into partly cloudy skies. So I'm trying to give people some optimism, some hope. The wind will die down later today. The weather event will be over, and then we'll have a nice stretch of weather going right through the weekend, okay?
All right, Dave, thank you. 2:25 the time. Hurricane Milton currently lashing out across Florida.
And we're getting a look at the dangerous weather popping up in its path. Take a look at this video. It's in Clewiston in South Florida, just hours before the storm made landfall. It shows a possible tornado in the area. Clewiston is just south of Lake Okeechobee. Tornado warnings have been popping up across Milton's path since yesterday.
Dave, please.
That's not possible. That is a tornado.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, I'm pretty sure we're looking at one.
I see his hand being raised on the corner of my eye.
Done rehearsal. Everyone on their A game.
Cut.
If you care too much about this job, it will kill you.
Would now be a good time to talk about career progression.
The Franchise. Streaming exclusively on Max.
Transform your company into a great place to work. Get started at surveymonkey.com/employee-love.
Here, not only are we seeing tornadoes, but we're seeing like Midwest type tornadoes.
So I'm going to come over and talk to you guys if you don't mind, because listen, it's the middle of the night and we got nothing else to do. So let's just do this. Typically with hurricanes, you're going to get tornadoes, and they're usually rain wrapped, and they're usually pretty weak, EF0 or EF1s. So what happened here was out ahead of the storm, big supercell, you've heard that term before, supercell thunderstorms formed to create some of those larger tornadoes. They were kind of by themselves, sort of isolated away from the main core of the storm. So that's how they were able to use their own energy and sustain their own energy. And I will tell you this, other than the super outbreak, I think was in the 1970s, this was the most tornado warnings we've had in one day period. Okay, now overall, this is probably going to be the second or third most tornadoes from a hurricane. So, I mean, these numbers are starting to crank up. But there was one tornado that it was over by Fort Pierce, I think it was. So many came down. It's kind of hard to see.
Yesterday morning you were reporting them in the afternoon.
And there was one that came down that was probably an EF3 tornado, which would be about as strong as you're ever going to see one in a hurricane. If it got to EF4, that would be a record. So these were record-sized tornadoes. They were kind of away from the main center, and they were individual supercell thunderstorms. And they looked like the Midwest tornadoes, just as you mentioned, because the first one I saw caught my attention, and I was like, what? Wow, okay, this is the kind of day it's going to be. And then they just kept popping up and popping up. And I know we have some damage in our area from tornadoes. I know Fort Myers has damage. We had some damage around Lakeland. So, again, when the sun comes up, we're going to really get an idea of all of this. But those tornadoes were something else. And that was kind of, everybody's like, okay, it's here. Now we're in the thick of it, you know. And now the weather event is beginning to wane, and people have to realize that. Oh, go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, when have you ever seen a tornado warning on both sides of Lake Okeechobee?
I have never seen that. I kind of pointed that out. I was like, there was a tornado on each side of Lake Okeechobee at the same time, and I was like, wow. And they were just, and every time one would spin down, another one would spin right back up again. And we could have sat there and done nothing but tornado warnings for 12 hours if we wanted to. I mean, it was just that much. So a lot of lessons learned from this, but at the same time, it's like, this was well forecasted. I know the intensities come up and down, and you always kind of maneuver where the landfall is going to be. But everybody listened. Not everybody. Most everybody listened.
Yeah, I know. It did really seem like it.
And I'm hoping when the sun comes up, and I know there's going to be damage, that people will realize, I'm thankful that we had that time to get out. You know what I mean? In an orderly fashion. That's what I'm hoping.
Do all storms check all the boxes like this? Because, you know, every storm has its own personality. It has storm surge or wind or rain.
Like Helene was storm surge.
Check, tornado, check.
Well, yes, they all check the boxes, but they check them in different manners. For instance, like for Helene, it was the storm surge for us. That was the box that checked for us. There have been other storms like Debbie, which was the rainfall. This was the first storm, and since I've been here, that gave us every facet of what a tropical system can give us. You know what I mean? We've had some with storm surge, some with tornadoes, some with rain, but this is the first time we've had them all together. The whole impact, you know, because we haven't had one push through like that. And I mean, this has been the strongest storm to pass through this area in, what, 100 years?
100 years plus,
or so. And we hope it's another 100 before it happens again. But
at the least.
The thing that bothers me this morning, not bothers me, but it just worries me because we just don't know. And I just don't like not knowing something.
I know, me too.
Because you know me, I'm like, if I don't know it, I'm going to Google.
And we know, like you said, people are going to be waking up and itching to get out there and seeing
especially
it for
those who
themselves.
evacuated. Those who evacuated,
let's not do that
the
yet.
first thing is we want to know about our homes. Listen, we don't know yet. That sun peaks up, I guarantee those emergency officials are going to be out there checking us out. And I got our crews out there too. We'll get all the video to you, we'll get all the news to you, and you just sit back and drink your 17 cups of coffee, which is what I'm going to do today.
I was looking at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Twitter page, and they just power line after power line, tree down. I mean, it's just not safe to be out there right now or anytime soon.
Paul put a tweet out. Can I still call it a tweet even though it's X? I don't know. Paul put a social media post out, and it said, folks, there's no such thing as blue lightning. Those are transformers. And at night, when those transformers start to blow up, you get that blue tint. You're like, whoa, what is that?
So creepy.
So understand, there are live power lines down in places around. I don't know where they are. But my point is that you typically, they'll just shut power down, but they didn't, you know, so some people still have power, some people don't, and there's some live power lines out there, so don't go, just no need to get out there and check this out.
I
know people are, they're tired of sitting inside, I get that. So am I. I've been with these guys for 24 hours, but it's just a few more hours.
Irma. 2017. That was baptism by fire for me. I've never been through like a major. So I was the roving reporter at the time. Me and Coy Hobson, we were sent to Polk County right after it came through. So 2 o'clock in the morning-ish. We drove on I-4 5 to 10 miles per hour. And he gave me the big spotlight flashlight to look for down power lines. And I said, wow, this is what it's like. And that's how dangerous it is, because you don't know what's laying, what's energized,
And not only that, but there's a lot of the emergency officials, because remember, they can't go out after it when the winds are a certain, you know, because it puts their lives in danger. So a lot of those folks are still kind of hunkered inside too, just kind of waiting for the winds to drop so they can get out. So for most of us, we're just kind of like, we don't know when the sun's got to come up, and you know, we're just still kind of in that wait and watch mode. Now, weather-wise, we're about finished. Okay, the storm surge is done. We still have tropical storm force winds for several more hours. Those are manageable, though. And most of the rain, not all, but most of the rain is done. So that part of it is beginning to subside. Manageable. Listen, that 90-mile-per-hour wind is not manageable. But a 35-mile-per-hour gust is, and we're going to have those throughout the morning. So once you do venture out and outside, understand there's probably a lot of loose limbs, and some of those are still going to come down. Sort of in the post, you know, as we get some wind gusts around this morning. So.
All right, Dave, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Don't go far. Of course, a lot of the storylines, power outages, flash flooding, that's happening in Pinellas County. That's where we find Fox 13's Regina Gonzalez.
Yeah, Regina, heavy winds. We're hearing damage at the Trop, flooding in a hospital in Largo. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, that video of the Trop, they actually just played it on one of the big screens here in the Emergency Operations Center. It is absolutely shocking just to see what those winds are capable of. I'm going to get to that information that we do have confirmed in just a second. I'll start with the most recent updates we've been able to get from the communications team here at the Pinellas County Emergency Operations Center. They've been super helpful, keeping us updated on all of the calls. They said last they checked after midnight, they had 2 4,000 911 calls. So it's probably more at this point. We're going to work to get you a new number. But the biggest update I want to bring you right now is, yes, they are coordinating an evacuation of HCA Florida Largo Hospital because there's flooding in the basement. So this impacts about 230 patients. Now, for the last couple of hours, first responders have kind of been hunkered down because conditions were still pretty rough out there. But this is a very serious situation, and we know that they were actively going out and going to help those patients and those hospital staff that were hunkered down, to take care of those people. We know that a majority of the 911 calls here were fire alarms going off in buildings, flooding, structural fires, transformer fires, and then we know that 70% of Pinellas County right now is without power. So latest assessments, conditions still very serious, several reports of down power lines, very high wind, flooded roads across the county. I do believe earlier Dave pointed out that there was waist deep water near Alligator Creek and Drew Street. So once the sun comes up, we're really going to be able to evaluate that situation. But the trop, again, just a really shocking video. Evan Axelbank has been really proactive about getting information throughout the night, so he did share some of that with me. I do want to bring that to you. We know that 13 people were confirmed to be inside. Now, I know, I even posted it myself. For a while, there was that video circulating around social media saying that linemen were going to be staged inside the trop as Milton passed through. There was that, that picture of all those beds, but they were not. We can confirm that they were not there. The workers left before the storm hit. The Rays actually knew it would probably be unsafe during the storm, and they appear to have acted accordingly. So we know 13 people were inside. No one was injured, and it appears that at least half, or likely more than half, of the panels that make up the roof failed, and it's unclear how many panels it has, how many failed. So again, something to be assessed later. We do know that it is meant to put up with 115-mile-per-hour winds, so not exactly sure what the wind speed was in St. Pete in that area, but it was also enough to make a crane collapse. So that was the other big story that we were following overnight. This was one of the areas that I was talking about yesterday, where St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch said, hey, we were not able to secure these construction cranes in time. It takes crews about a week, but Milton obviously snuck up on us really fast. So if you were planning on hunkering down in these areas, you should leave. That's at 400 Central in downtown St. Pete. Later on, we can actually try to bring you some sound from a witness. I know she hopped on a Zoom with Mark, I believe, a couple of hours ago, but those winds just caused that crane to malfunction and fall. But thankfully, we have heard that nobody was hurt. Guys.
Mentioning earlier that that it takes some time to get those cranes down. I mean, they wouldn't have even had enough time to secure them. It takes at least a week.
Yeah, I mean, think about how massive they are. Think about, the effort it takes to get up there and even try to secure that. And then with how powerful Milton was, it was something that was anticipated by St. Pete City staff.
Regina, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Thankfully, it was only one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
only one out of the several cranes.
There was four. There was 4 different addresses that they were concerned about. So I know it's horrific, but one is better than 4, I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
That's for sure, with how strong the winds were. Regina, I don't want to put you on the spot, but when it comes to water disruptions, I know water treatment facilities, 2 of them, were they closed last night at 7 o'clock? Did I read that?
Yes, so I actually do believe that went into effect at midnight. I'm glad you mentioned that because that's important. So I'm actually going to go to Kaylee Tracy. She was putting up active updates on that information. But I do believe, yes, it was a decision that the mayor was going to make in St. Pete as Milton kind of inched closer and they saw where the worst of it was going to be. So I do believe they shut down 2 of the sewer treatment plants, which means people are not going to really want to flush the toilet or take a shower for at least 24 hours. I know the mayor said yesterday that in the event of them shutting it down, they were going to hope to have it back in 24 hours. So hope for the sake of the people that hunkered down in St. Pete that is the case. But yes, it does. We do believe that they did shut down 2 of those. Yes, Kaylee said the city says they're addressing issues to prevent further complications, and they're shutting off potable water service citywide at midnight. So it's going to last as necessary repairs can be made.
Yeah, now's not the time to try and take a hot shower or stay in there for a long time.
Got to conserve that water.
Yeah, got to conserve it. All right, Regina, we are going to bring
Dave's going to jump
Dave.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just, I think we're at the point now where when we get something, we just need to pass it across to people. And I just got something that came down. And this is near I-4 and Park Road in Plant City. The water is chest deep at the Holiday Inn. Okay.
Plant City,
this is a report. Yes, Plant City. The water is chest deep at the Holiday Inn near I-4 and Park Road.
Interesting. Okay.
That is freshwater flooding, obviously. Most of the flooding that we're going to have north of where the center came on shore is going to be freshwater flooding.
Okay.
Pinellas County, Hillsborough County. But I just literally when this stuff drops down, I just want to let you guys know. So this is Plant City, I-4 near Park Road. Water's chest deep at the Holiday Inn. So
I wonder where that's looking, how close that is to the interstate. That's my question. Huh?
I wrote it exactly as it was given to me. Water chest deep, Holiday Inn near I-4 at Park Road, Plant City.
We need
That's
a
all
lot
I
more
got.
of those in.
We will investigate that, and we'll let you know more about that. Okay, I'm out.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And you know the interstate's better than I do, but portions of I-4 are somewhat raised to go over.
Yeah, not necessarily in that area through Plant
I'm really
City.
putting you on the spot, to remember exactly which ones. Yeah.
I don't know the elevation.
but if that's flooded, there could be portions of the interstate
that's what
that
I'm
are
wondering
flooded.
too. I'm not sure our traffic cameras spared. I'm gonna have to go over there and check them out. See what I can find. But we do have video from Davis Islands. Ponding, of course. We knew this was going to happen, underway on the roads there. Now we're told it's just from the rain.
Here's a transformer that just glowing up the sky. This is in South Tampa. Like we've been showing all morning, this has been the story. Overnight hours, we've seen a lot of transformers blowing. Just that weird, eerie glow off into the distance.
What Dave say? There's no such thing as blue lightning?
Yeah, no blue lightning.
It's transformers popping.
That's all we got, really.
Hey, Dave.
Just keep chit-chatting.
Dave, okay.
There we go.
We don't want to hear Dave right now. We've got some more video, though, from someone driving through Lutz. They caught several power lines sparking. Now, we're not sure exactly where this road is. Unfortunately, there were not many cars on the road, but we're just getting reports of more and more power outages as winds pick up and the power lines are going down. We've been talking about 600,000 TECO users without power, 70% of Duke Energy customers in Pinellas without power.
And like the chief of Tampa Police, Lee Burkhaw, said yesterday, you look at all of the elements here. You have energized power lines that are down. You have water. And they don't mix.
No.
And you don't want to be
not a good combo.
Mixed in with that.
Yeah.
So that's why we need to just still hunker down, stay at home, continue watching us either on TV or watch us on the app, or you can listen to us on the radio. 97X, 102.5 The Bone, or 101.5 The Vibe.
That's right.
We're never far away from Matt McClellan, who is down in Sarasota.
Yeah, Matt, you're getting a look at some of the damages to mobile homes right now. Good morning.
Yeah, listening to some loud metal on metal clapping here in these wind gusts. This is the Windward Isles mobile home community. We're just off Clark Road in South Sarasota, very close to I-75. And I wanted to kind of zero in on some of those wind effects. I don't have an exact number on how high those wind speeds, I'm sure Dave does, how high those wind speeds got in this immediate area last night. But to look at this, you see just how destructive these winds can be, even 5 miles inland from the coast as we are. So this mobile home community badly hit. You see where this roof was lifted off of this home, and I believe the home next to it as well. We're looking at insulation that has been stripped out of these homes. It's kind of all lying across the roadway, and then of course you have the carports, which are always the first thing to go, the porches and the carports. So we've seen a lot of downed trees through this area, and it is quite